10.75%, resulting in lower lending rates and improved access to credit for businesses. At the same time, Kenya's current account deficit narrowed sharply to 1.3% of GDP, reflecting improved export performance and reduced import pressure. To sustain growth and job creation, the report emphasizes the need to 1. Strengthen domestic savings by expanding pension schemes, promoting financial literacy, and enhancing financial inclusion through digital saving platforms. 2. Expand access to credit. 3. Prioritize concessional borrowing. And lastly, promote value addition and exports. In the agricultural and digital extension, agriculture remains a vital employer, but low productivity continues to limit its potential. One of the biggest challenges is access to information. Today, Kenya has one extension officer to every 1,500 farmers, far below the recommended ratio. Digital extension services are changing that. Mobile platforms, digital advisory tools, and real-time climate and market data are transforming farming into a modern enterprise. The report recommends a national digital extension strategy, expansion of rural ICT infrastructure, partnership with private sector innovators, and verification systems to ensure accurate information for farmers. By modernizing agriculture, Kenya can create more dignified, productive, and climate-smart jobs. Kenya's manufacturing sector is central to industrial transformation, yet its contribution to the GDP fell from 7.8% in 2022 to 7.6% in 2023, far below the national target of 15%. High production costs, energy prices, and counterfeit goods continue to weaken competitiveness. To unlock decent jobs in manufacturing, the report calls for stronger standards enforcement, protection of intellectual property, affordable industrial power, and access to long-term financing through the Industrial Development Fund and credit guarantee schemes. Revitalizing manufacturing is key to building high-quality employment and export competitiveness. Youth unemployment remains a pressing challenge, globally standing at 11.3% and in Kenya at 9.6%. However, TVETs in Kenya are becoming a game changer. 87.5% of TVET graduates find employment. They are likely to secure formal jobs and enjoy better security than those in general education. The report thus recommends strengthening competency-based education, investing beyond the current 4.8% TVET budget share, expanding dual training models, and integrating digital AI and green skills. Wholesale and retail trade is Kenya's largest employer. However, 80% of workers in the sector remain in informal employment, without protection, security, or stable income. Challenges include poor working conditions, low wages, limited skills development, and weak social protection. Transforming domestic trade requires simplified business registration, investment in structured markets, enforcement of labor laws, and support for digital retail and e-commerce. Formalizing trade means improving lives and expanding opportunity. The transport sector drives growth but also emissions. Electric mobility offers Kenya a cleaner, smarter, and more inclusive future. From vehicle assembly to battery recycling, e-mobility creates opportunities across the value chain. By meeting national EV targets, Kenya could generate over 334,000 new jobs by 2030. To unlock this potential, the report recommends training workers in EV technologies, supporting battery manufacturing, financing green enterprises, expanding charging infrastructure, and promoting gender inclusion. The green transition must also be a job transition. Lastly, at the county level, the Decent Work Index stands at just 0.58. This reveals high informality, low pay, limited health coverage, and inadequate pension access. Youth, women, and informal workers bear the greatest burden. Therefore, the report calls for expanded skills development, formalization policies, increased income protection, and stronger trade unions, especially in the informal sector. Devolution must translate into opportunity at the grassroots. Is prepared annually by the Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis (KIPRA) pursuant to Section 23(3) of the KIPRA Act, Cap 112A, Laws of Kenya. This is a statutory report which annually reviews Kenya's economic performance and provides prospects for the medium term. The Kenya Economic Report 2025 is themed Creating Decent Jobs for Prosperity. The KER 2025 focuses on the following areas: trending in macroeconomics performance, enhancing decency of agriculture jobs through digital extension services, enhancing the competitiveness of manufacturing sector for decent job creation, promoting youth employability through investment in technical and vocational education and training, revitalizing job creation in the domestic trade sector, harnessing the potential of decent jobs in the e-mobility subsector, and enhancing creation of decent jobs at the county level. On trends in macroeconomic performance, in 2024, Kenya's economy grew by 4.7%, supported by strong performance in agriculture and the service sector. Employment grew by 3.9%, reflecting steady recovery in economic activity. However, growth in the industrial sector remained subdued at 0.8%, largely due to contractions in construction and mining. Inflation declined at an average of 4.5%, remaining within the government's target range and easing pressure on household incomes. In February 2025, the central bank rate was reduced to 10.75%, resulting in lower lending rates and improved access to credit for businesses. At the same time, Kenya's current account deficit narrowed sharply to 1.3% of GDP, reflecting improved export performance and reduced import pressure. To sustain growth and job creation, the report emphasizes the need to 1. Strengthen domestic savings by expanding pension schemes, promoting financial literacy, and enhancing financial inclusion through digital saving platforms. 2. Expand access to credit. 3. Prioritize concessional borrowing. And lastly, promote value addition and exports. In the agricultural and digital extension, agriculture remains a vital employer, but low productivity continues to limit its potential. One of the biggest challenges is access to information. Today, Kenya has one extension officer to every 1,500 farmers, far below the recommended ratio. Digital extension services are changing that. Mobile platforms, digital advisory tools, and real-time climate and market data are transforming farming into a modern enterprise. The report recommends a national digital extension strategy, expansion of rural ICT infrastructure, partnership with private sector innovators, and verification systems to ensure accurate information for farmers. By modernizing agriculture, Kenya can create more dignified, productive, and climate-smart jobs. Kenya's manufacturing sector is central to industrial transformation, yet its contribution to the GDP fell from 7.8% in 2022 to 7.6% in 2023, far below the national target of 15%. High production costs, energy prices, and counterfeit goods continue to weaken competitiveness. To unlock decent jobs in manufacturing, the report calls for stronger standards enforcement, protection of intellectual property, affordable industrial power, and access to long-term financing through the Industrial Development Fund and credit guarantee schemes. Revitalizing manufacturing is key to building high-quality employment and export competitiveness. Youth unemployment remains a pressing challenge, globally standing at 11.3% and in Kenya at 9.6%. However, TVETs in Kenya are becoming a game changer. 87.5% of TVET graduates find employment. They are likely to secure formal jobs and enjoy better security than those in general education. The report thus recommends strengthening competency-based education, investing beyond the current 4.8% TVET budget share, expanding dual training models, and integrating digital AI and green skills. Wholesale and retail trade is Kenya's largest employer. However, 80% of workers in the sector remain in informal employment, without protection, security, or stable income. Challenges include poor working conditions, low wages, limited skills development, and weak social protection. Transforming domestic trade requires simplified business registration, investment in structured markets, enforcement of labor laws, and support for digital retail and e-commerce. Formalizing trade means improving lives and expanding opportunity. The transport sector drives growth but also emissions. Electric mobility offers Kenya a cleaner, smarter, and more inclusive future. From vehicle assembly to battery recycling, e-mobility creates opportunities across the value chain. By meeting national EV targets, Kenya could generate over 334,000 new jobs by 2030. To unlock this potential, the report recommends training workers in EV technologies, supporting battery manufacturing, financing green enterprises, expanding charging infrastructure, and promoting gender inclusion. The green transition must also be a job transition. Lastly, at the county level, the Decent Work Index stands at just 0.58. This reveals high informality, low pay, limited health coverage, and inadequate pension access. Youth, women, and informal workers bear the greatest burden. Therefore, the report calls for expanded skills development, formalization policies, increased income protection, and stronger trade unions, especially in the informal sector. Devolution must translate into opportunity at the grassroots.
program really sharpened my skills, the ones that I had gained during my master's, and now that I could be able to practically apply them. I'd say my communication skills improved. Also my analytical skills, I was able to interact with various data analytics tools that I hadn't interacted with before. I was also able to develop, let's say, a research study from scratch towards the entire process, and able to actually write research paper. I was also able to interact with various stakeholders within the country, both from government and non-governmental organizations. I am now in a position where I can, let's say, convene a round table of stakeholders to discuss pertinent public policy issues. During the program, one of the outcomes is we are able to publish blogs. We are also able to publish policy briefs. And the main outcome was a research paper that was titled Developing Green Skills Through TVETs to Enhance the Competitiveness of Youths in Kenya's Labour Market. For each paper, we had a co-author, and my co-author was Kevin Koech. I'd say the paper was very timely, where that given that globally we are moving towards sustainable practices, and nations are looking to achieve their sustainable development goals. There is a shift in the labor market where people are looking for more skills within the sustainable environment area. So I'd say that the paper was very timely, where we were able to look at the demand of green skills in the Kenyan labor market. And one of the issues we discovered is that there is a challenge where there is a mismatch between the skills that the people have and have graduated with and what the labor market is demanding in Kenya. And one of the recommendations we made was that there needs to be a strong collaboration between the industry players and the education sector, such that whatever skills the labor market would be able to demand, the education sector can be able to train its people in the said skills. For anyone who wants to join this program, I'd say that first, the minimum requirement is having a master's degree. And it doesn't matter which master's degree you have. I'd say any master's degree gives you an added advantage to be able to be selected for the program. I'd also say it's a stepping stone for anyone who wants to pursue a career in public policy.
This program, we gained much experience, especially coming from the field of academia. The much experience that was needed to transition or to policy research was a much plus to that experience. We also gained the experience of an on-job training, where we could interact with departments, various departments within the policy-making space and the policy-making cycle within the institution. So the program exposed us to various training opportunities. We were impacted on applied research, analysis, monitoring and evaluation, macroeconomic modeling and forecasting. One of the research outcomes we were required is to have a policy paper. I and my co-author, that is Maria Mbogo, we conducted a study on enhancing green jobs by including persons with disabilities within the economy. The program is a huge plus, especially if you are looking to be within the space of research and policy making cycle.
I was able to learn a lot about governance, about public policy making process, about the monitoring and evaluation of different programs and projects. I was also able to learn about the system of national accounts and social accounting matrix, which really shaped my perspective, especially on the whole issue of governance and also making good policies in the public sector. I was appointed to be a member of the Kenya KFIA Annual Regional Conference, and during that time I was able to learn a lot, including working in a team and also stakeholder mobilization and also engagement and resource mobilization. And seeing the success of the conference was something fulfilling for me. I wrote 2 blogs together with my partner. The first blog I wrote with Virginia, the second blog I wrote with Ian, and with that we also wrote a discussion paper which was titled "The Role of Carbon Markets in Job Creation Through Agroforestry." This is a good opportunity for you to sharpen your skills and also to improve your interaction with the stakeholders and also understand how policies are made. Also get to learn more about good governance, both in the public and private sector.
During the YP program, I learned a lot of things, including conducting research in the various areas of the economic development. I was able to write 2 blogs, one on the renewable energy, that is biogas, in the rural areas. I was also able to do another blog on value chain in beekeeping. I was also able to span across the health sector and produced one information note, and it helped me to understand the entire health sector, starting from the national government to the counties. I was also able to be part of the gender unit, a very special unit, and I was able to interact with various stakeholders in that sector. And I did a discussion paper together with my co-author Collins Wanjala, and very good guidance and mentorship of Shadrach Mwatu. The paper is a gendered analysis of green jobs in Kenya. The study looked into to see whether reducing greenhouse emissions or net zero transition could create jobs, additional jobs, and what kind of jobs. And if so, the jobs are expected to be unique for both men and women. The KFIA Young Professional Program is the best platform for foundation for anyone who would like to be part of the public policy research. It provides a basic foundation, well-structured training, and you get to interact directly with policy experts, making you all-round person to contribute to the national development goals.
Is prepared annually by the Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis (KFIA) pursuant to Section 23(3) of the KFIA Act, Cap 112A, Laws of Kenya. This is a statutory report which annually reviews Kenya's economic performance and provides prospects for the medium term. The Kenya Economic Report 2025 is themed Creating Decent Jobs for Prosperity. The KER 2025 focuses on the following areas: trending in macroeconomics performance, enhancing decency of agriculture jobs through digital extension services, enhancing the competitiveness of manufacturing sector for decent job creation, promoting youth employability through investment in technical and vocational education and training, revitalizing job creation in the domestic trade sector, harnessing the potential of decent jobs in the e-mobility subsector, and enhancing creation of decent jobs at the county level. On trends in microeconomic performance, in 2024, Kenya's economy grew by 4.7%, supported by strong performance in agriculture and the service sector. Employment grew by 3.9%, reflecting steady recovery in economic activity. However, growth in the industrial sector remained subdued at 0.8%, largely due to contractions in construction and mining. Inflation declined at an average of 4.5%, remaining within the government's target range and easing pressure on household incomes. In February 2025, the central bank rate was reduced to 10.75%, resulting in lower lending rates and improved access to credit for businesses. At the same time, Kenya's current account deficit narrowed sharply to 1.3% of GDP, reflecting improved export performance and reduced import pressure. To sustain growth and job creation, the report emphasizes the need to 1. Strengthen domestic savings by expanding pension schemes, promoting financial literacy, and enhancing financial inclusion through digital saving platforms. 2. Expand access to credit. 3. Prioritize concessional borrowing. And lastly, promote value addition and exports. In the agricultural and digital extension, agriculture remains a vital employer, but low productivity continues to limit its potential. One of the biggest challenges is access to information. Today, Kenya has one extension officer to every 1,500 farmers, far below the recommended ratio. Digital extension services are changing that. Mobile platforms, digital advisory tools, and real-time climate and market data are transforming farming into a modern enterprise. The report recommends a national digital extension strategy, expansion of rural ICT infrastructure, partnership with private sector innovators, and verification systems to ensure accurate information for farmers. By modernizing agriculture, Kenya can create more dignified, productive, and climate-smart jobs. Kenya's manufacturing sector is central to industrial transformation, yet its contribution to the GDP fell from 7.8% in 2022 to 7.6% in 2023, far below the national target of 15%. High production costs, energy prices, and counterfeit goods continue to weaken competitiveness. To unlock decent jobs in manufacturing, the report calls for stronger standards enforcement, protection of intellectual property, affordable industrial power, and access to long-term financing through the Industrial Development Fund and credit guarantee schemes. Revitalizing manufacturing is key to building high-quality employment and export competitiveness. Youth unemployment remains a pressing challenge, globally standing at 11.3% and in Kenya at 9.6%. However, TVETs in Kenya are becoming a game changer. 87.5% of TVET graduates find employment. They are likely to secure formal jobs and enjoy better security than those in general education. The report thus recommends strengthening competency-based education, investing beyond the current 4.8% TVET budget share, expanding dual training models, and integrating digital AI and green skills. Wholesale and retail trade. The transport sector drives growth but also emissions. Electric mobility offers Kenya a cleaner, smarter, and more inclusive future. From vehicle assembly to battery recycling, e-mobility creates opportunities across the value chain. By meeting national EV targets, Kenya could generate over 334,000 new jobs by 2030. To unlock this potential, the report recommends training workers in EV technologies, supporting battery manufacturing, financing green enterprises, expanding charging infrastructure, and promoting gender inclusion. The green transition must also be a job transition. Lastly, at the county level, the Decent Work Index stands at just 0.58. This reveals high informality, low pay, limited health coverage, and inadequate pension access. Youth, women, and informal workers bear the greatest burden. Therefore, the report calls for expanded skills development, formalization policies, increased income protection, and stronger trade unions, especially in the informal sector. Devolution must translate into opportunity at the grassroots.
program really sharpened my skills, the ones that I had gained during my master's, and now that I could be able to practically apply them. I'd say my communication skills improved. Also my analytical skills, I was able to interact with the various data analytics tools that I hadn't interacted with before. I was also able to develop, let's say, a research study from scratch towards the entire process, and able to actually write research paper. I was also able to interact with various stakeholders within the country, both from government and non-governmental organizations. I am now in a position where I can, let's say, convene a roundtable of stakeholders to discuss pertinent public policy issues. During the program, one of the outcomes is we are able to publish blogs. We are also able to publish policy briefs, and the main outcome was a research paper that was titled Developing Green Skills Through TVETs to Enhance the Competitiveness of Youths in Kenya's Labour Market. For each paper, we had a co-author, and my co-author was Kevin Koech. I'd say the paper was very timely, where that given that globally we are moving towards sustainable practices, and nations are looking to achieve their sustainable development goals, there is a shift in the labor market where people are looking for more skills within the sustainable environment area. So I'd say that the paper was very timely, where we are able to look at the demand of green skills in the Kenyan labor market. And one of the issues we discovered is that there is a challenge where there is a mismatch between the skills that the people have and have graduated with and what the labor market is demanding in Kenya. And one of the recommendations we made was that there needs to be a strong collaboration between the industry players and the education sector, such that whatever skills the labor market would be able to demand, the education sector can be able to train its people in the said skills. For anyone who wants to join this program, I'd say that first, the minimum requirement is having a master's degree. And it doesn't matter which master's degree you have. I'd say any master's degree gives you an added advantage to be able to be selected for the program. I'd also say it's a stepping stone for anyone who wants to pursue a career in public policy.
The Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis, KIPRA, is a state corporation mandated to provide quality policy advice to the government of Kenya, the private sector, and other key stakeholders. In so doing, the Institute undertakes capacity building, conducts policy research and analysis, as well as facilitating the exchange of policy ideas through various forums towards contributing to the achievement of the national long-term development goals. One of the key initiatives targeting the young people is the Youth in Climate Action.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We want to begin this great occasion, and I want to request those that are outside, kindly be seated, so that in the next few minutes we start the event. Otherwise, most welcome to this event. We value so much and we appreciate that you took your time to be with us today. Karibuni sana. Ushers, kindly help those who are still probably out there. They can be guided where to sit so that we can start this great event. Thank you.
which is characterized by an annual symposium. The event brings together hundreds of youth to deliberate on theme-focused issues pertinent to climate change and to facilitate candid dialogue among the youth as well as between the young people and policymakers. The initiative also seeks to empower the youth and develop their skills to enable them to effectively take up strategic roles in climate change matters at county, national, and even global levels, including participation in the annual Conference of Parties, COP.
My name is Rukia Ahmed. I'm the founder and executive director of Green Northeastern Initiative, a youth-led environmental organization focused on leading climate action in northeastern Kenya. I'm also part of the Youth in Climate Action. My journey in climate action started back in 2018 when I was a Form 2 student, where I attended a climate conference and I came to know about climate change, and I started reflecting on northeastern Kenya, especially my home county Wajir, how climate change is impacting my community. And I came to know that most of our communities are not aware about climate change and it's really affecting them. So I started advocating for climate action through storytelling and advocacy. And by then, back in 2022, I started a youth-led organization, Green Northeastern Initiative, to push for the agenda of taking climate action at grassroots level, especially the ASAL counties where I come from.
My journey started back when I was still at university. I have a background in environmental science, and so it was part of my professional journey just to know about the scientific concepts, but also as part of my studies when I started going out, being part of clubs, engaging in co-curricular activities, and also as where I come from, where we are a very big agricultural place, and in one of the seasons where we had done a lot of planting, but the rains did not come. So that point is when I started linking what we were doing in class and what was happening out here. Yeah, and that is how I now started engaging in environmental activities.
I came to know about KFIA back in 2022 in a climate conference in University of Nairobi, where I met the executive director, Dr. Rose Ngugi, who was by then the chief guest, and I came to know about their mentorship program, and I've been involved with the Youth in Climate Action since then, where we participated in different youth climate symposiums, where I learned a lot, and I gained a lot of insight from KFIA. KFIA has supported me and my organization by giving me platforms such as the Youth in Climate Action, where we are taken through a process of policy development, how to engage how to engage the stakeholders, different stakeholders in the climate processes, and we were able to learn about different policies.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to welcome all of us to this great event today, organized by KFIA, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, World Bank, and also UNICEF. And at this point, I want to request that all of us be seated so that we can start our program. My name is John Karanja. I'm the acting director at KFIA, and I'll be moderating this event. I want to invite Mother Naikumi from KFIA to give us a word of prayer. Mother.
Good morning. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you this morning. Thank you for your love and protection. Thank you for assembling us here for this event as we launch the Kenya Economic Report and the Kenya Fiscal Incidence Analysis, and also the Young Professionals Graduation. We commit the event into your hands. May you lead us, may you guide us, and let it be a success to the glory and honor of your name. As we start with us. In Jesus' name we give thanks. Amen.
Thank you very much, Mother. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are launching the Kenya Economic Report 2025. Again, we shall be launching the Kenya Fiscal Incidence Analysis, report on poverty and distributional impacts of fiscal policy in Kenya, with extensions to gender and children. And later, we shall also be able to celebrate the young professionals from KFIA as they graduate from their program. At this point, I want to request that we all stand up for the national anthem and East Africa anthem.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Our chief guests today are the CS National Treasury, FCPA Honorable John Badi, in absentia. He'll be joining us later. The PS State Department for Economic Planning, Dr. Bones Makoha, who will be joining us later. The chairperson of the KFIA Board of Directors, Professor Paul Washana, the chairperson of Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, board members from KFIA, board members from Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, the ED KFIA, DG KNBS, who will be joining us later, World Bank representatives, UNICEF representatives, development partners who are with us today, private sector, CEOs from various government parastatals, state from various state corporations, county governments, representatives invited, KFIA staff, and no invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today will be a very good day because you'll be able to listen to a report that has been prepared by KFIA and the other partners that I've mentioned. And it will be a good time for us to be able to reflect on the highlights of the Kenya Economic Report, also highlight from the Kenya Fiscal Incidence Report, as well as to be able to celebrate our young people in this country who have gone through a program for 1 year at KFIA for young professionals. At this point, I want to invite Dr. Edward Moi from KFIA to come and give us the objectives of this workshop. Therefore, Dr. Edward Moi, welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I've not heard your voices, but I think we are all fine. I stood to give the objectives for our event today, but I'll start by acknowledging the CS, the Cabinet Secretary, the National Treasury, who will be joining us later, and our PS for the State Department for Economic Planning, who would also be joining us later, Professor Paul Washana, who's the chairperson of the KFIA Board, and the KFIA Board members who are present, our Executive Director, Dr. Elda Onzomu, private sector representatives present, county government representatives who are present here with us. We also have development partners, members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today marks a significant event in the KIPRA calendar, which brings us together for a fourfold objective. In other words, we have 4 main events that we are having today. So in our session, we shall be having first to launch the Kenya Economic Report 2025. And this report presents evidence-based insights and policy options on the nation's economic performance and prospects. Now, secondly, we shall also unveil the Kenya Fiscal Incidence Analysis Report, which is a vital tool for assessing how taxation and government spending influence poverty, inequality, and overall household welfare. Now, our third event is also what we usually call the KIPRA Day. And the KIPRA Day, we usually celebrate the Institute's contribution to national development through high-quality public policy research. And then we shall also be graduating the 2024-25 cohort of young professionals by acknowledging their growth into competent policy practitioners who will be ready to support Kenya's development agenda. And so you can see that we have 4 events that we shall be going through today. And in line with these objectives, the 2 flagship reports being launched today will guide fiscal and development planning as Kenya advances the bottom-up economic transformation agenda and the 4th medium-term plan 4. Expected to deepen public dialogue and promote evidence-based decision-making across all sectors. Now, a key element of today's launch is to highlight the KAR 2025 policy options for decent job creation and to showcase their relevance to strategic tools for national planning, productivity enhancement, and inclusive development. Now, the KAR has a theme, creating decent jobs for prosperity, and it reinforces the government's commitment to ensuring that economic growth translates into meaningful employment. And by examining sectoral dynamics, the launch aims to spur dialogue and policy action on expanding decent job opportunities. Now, this event also underscores the importance of collaborative and data-driven policymaking, and the KFIA report, the Fiscal Incidence Analysis Report, jointly produced by KIPRA, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, University of Nairobi, UNICEF, and World Bank, exemplifies the power of partnerships in generating robust evidence for targeted fiscal policy reforms. Now, the KFIA report aims to deepen understanding of how taxes and government social spending affects poverty, inequality, and welfare, especially among women, children, rural households, and those in arid and semi-arid areas. And the findings are expected to support the design of equitable, efficient, and well-targeted fiscal policies that advance social protection and economic inclusion. Now, aligned with the objective of strengthening institutional and human capacity, today's event also celebrates the graduation of KIPRA's young professionals. Their completion of the Institute's capacity building program is a testament to KIPRA's dedication to nurturing future-ready public service equipped strong analytical and technical skills. And finally, today's launch serves as a running call bringing together government, academia, and private sector development partners and county governments around a shared vision, reducing inequality, expanding opportunity, and building a resilient, inclusive, and prosperous Kenya for all. Thank you.
Let's appreciate Dr. Moi once again. We can give him a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I want to invite Dr. Hilale Wahungu to give us the key highlights of the Kenya Economic Report 2025, themed Creating Decent Jobs for Prosperity. Dr. Wahungu.
Okay, all protocol observed. I'll be giving you the highlights of the report to be launched today, the Kenya Economic Report 2025. And before that, I just want to let you know that this report is one of the most important report in KIPRA's calendar because one, it is established under our KIPRA Act that we should prepare a report every annually to cover policy issues that happens in the country that are overarching, and this will be elaborated more by our executive director when she'll get the chance to address you. I don't know, is it, it's not projected. Are we having projection team? Yeah, let them. Yeah. So the Kenya Economic Report 2025 is themed Creating Decent Jobs for Prosperity. As you all know, our country is at the point whereby we are looking at a population that is the youth bulge that we need to take care of in terms of creating jobs for them. But in KIPRA, we don't just want to create jobs for these youths. We want to create decent jobs that are secure, dignified, and supports livelihood for them and also their families. So to achieve this, we have looked at various areas. First of all, we looked at the macroeconomic environment. As we know that healthy macroeconomic situation or performance of a country will not only support growth that will improve job creation, but also will attract investors that will create job opportunities for the youths that are decent. So this chapter touches on economic growth and employment creation. We'll also touch on inflation dynamics that are related to decent job creations. Also the monetary policy, we looked at it as it relates to job creation, and also fiscal development and also external sector that are very key for job creation that are decent. Then we have other important sectors of our economy that we have looked at, different areas that have potential for decent job creation. And we have looked in the area of agriculture. We have looked at how we can leverage on digital extension to create jobs. And using the CGE modeling, we have also highlighted how many jobs can be created, both at backward and forward linkages in terms of sectorial dynamics so that we can create jobs. Manufacturing and also wholesale trade. These are two chapters. That's manufacturing chapter, and also there's a wholesale and trade chapter that have looked at various dynamics that can bring jobs. And also we have looked at e-mobility, investment, also in TVET. We know that skills, appropriate skills are very key in terms of creating that decency in the job. As reports have been showing that even the jobs that are available, there is a mismatch of skills. So as KIPRA, we looked at how we can leverage on TVET in terms of driving decent jobs, and we have looked also at how investment can be done in that chapter. So lastly, we have looked at the county level. We know that our government is both national and county level, and at the county level, we want to look at perspectives at the county, where the jobs are at the county, and how we can enhance them. So just a highlight on economic performance. You see that Kenya's GDP has experienced some growth in 2024. However, this growth was below the one in 2023 by that margin. But also, we understand that service sector was, from our analysis, was very key in driving this growth of 4.7, and agriculture performed moderately. However, we can also see that it supported industrial growth at 0.8. Something to note here is that our growth in terms of GDP is still in line in terms of our growth trajectory, and we need just to look at these key performing sectors such as agriculture, service, and also manufacturing, so that we can improve it further. And in that chapter, you'll get to know that there are measures that have been taken to not only enhance decency in jobs in those sectors, but also to allow them contribute meaningful to job creation. In terms of employment and economic growth, we see that when we look at our Vision 2030, we see that jobs has been going in terms of growth. There have been, when there's economic growth, there is also job or average employment growth. However, in MTP3 and MTP4, we can see that there was growth in our GDP, but the average employment growth was suppressed. But in that chapter, key areas that have led to this are highlighted and discussed, and there are recommendations on how this can be turned around, as we will see later in our recommendations. Also, in our economic performance, we have seen that private consumption is one of the largest component of GDP. However, the highest contributor to this, and also the highest contributor to economic growth at 5.1%. But also something to note is that manufacturing and service industries have been driving job creation in our country by not only increasing demand, but also creating space for investment to be achieved. So it's very key in our recommendation. Also, you'll see that we have addressed decency of jobs through this through this economic performance. So when it comes to savings and investment, we see that our gap has narrowed, and we are at 1.6% of GDP in 2024, and this has been driven by the low investment that has been seen. However, we can also see that there's rising savings contributing to slower employment growth from 4.9 to 3.9 in 2024. And the drivers of this have been highlighted in our economic report 2024. And also we have recommendations that have been made towards improving our saving and investment so that we can perform better. Something to be happy about is that our inflation has been performing well in terms of CPI and also PPI, both showing declining trends in 2024 and 2025, and this low produces price leads to lower consumer prices, which increases purchasing power and consumer demand. And inflation has remained within the government target of 5%, which is a good thing for investors, so that they can have confidence in our market. Then monetary sector, we have seen that there was easing inflation, and this has actually reduced to 9% in December 2025. And subsequently, we have also seen the commercial bank lending rates have reduced to 15.7%. And just recently, this also was a good move whereby it reduced further, and it has also been highlighted in our report. Growth in private sector credit was lowest in January, and recovery was witnessed reaching 3.3% in November 2025. And the expansion in private sector credit attributed to monetary policy decisions that our government has been making at the Treasury and other key sectors or institutions. And this has seen that our growth in domestic credit and also credit to government growth and also private sector credit growth being at 13.4, 6.6, and 3.3. And this has also been highlighted in our report in our macroeconomic chapter. So when you look at exchange rate, something to look at is that there was low volatility witnessed in 2025, and the stability reduces uncertainty for both exporters and importers. And this is linked also to our good performance in terms of our trade and also attraction of investors. And when you put all this together, you'll see that the decent jobs will be created due to increased confidence in our economic environment. So fiscal deficit in our country, we can see that it has expanded to 5.8% of the GDP from 5.3% of the GDP, despite government efforts on fiscal consolidation. However, the report highlights that the rising debt service cost was the one that caused this, coupled with fiscal consolidation goals that limit development expenditure and spending on other essential needs. And the economic report highlights that there are need for measures to be taken so that we can perform better in this space. When we look at public and publicly guaranteed debts, we can see that there are 6.8% of GDP against a set of benchmark of 55%. Total debt service in 2024-25 is 71.2% of total revenue. And in our report, we have highlighted various measures that can be taken so that we can perform best in this space. Something to note also is that there are many measures that have been taken, of which our report have discussed to ensure that we have looked at our public and also public guaranteed debts space. So external sector improved of current account with deficit narrowed from 1.3% of GDP in 2024. Improvement was driven by reduced trade deficit and strong remittance inflow. And also there's growth contribution from service sector, and this can be noted to extend stability in crucial sectors for investors' confidence and also foreign exchange to enable importers and of intermediate goods. And this is also linked to our reserves that have improved significantly. And at the moment, we have at least a cover of 5.2 months, and that's higher than what recommended 4 months. And this will not only create will not only help us to perform better in terms of our imports and exports, but also create confidence in our system. So all in all, when you look at our macroeconomic performance and our position in terms of debts and other areas in the 2 chapters of macroeconomic development and also the prospects, there is need to strengthen domestic saving, as this is very key in implementing our growth trajectory. And we have highlighted that there's need to implement policies that encourage long-term savings because when we grow our savings, we'll cushion ourselves from the ripple effect of not performing well in the domestic sectors and also economy. And then there's need to enhance domestic credit access to improve financing for businesses. We know that the crowding out effect that has been seen in the near past, whereby many businesses, they lack credit or they have difficulty in accessing credit due to the narrowing space of domestic credit access. We need to relook at that so that we can reverse and also perform best in terms of domestic credit access to MSMEs and other sectors of our economy. Then there's need to increase the share of formal employment by enforcing labor laws and also enhancing skill development. Decent jobs are seen whereby there are laws that are operationalized. They are what you call the job. The employees have the opportunity to be represented maybe in unions and others. Also, the pay is at the right point in terms of minimum wage and others. And this can only be achieved if the employment has been formalized. So there is need for us to increase that formalization of employment so that we can not only grow decent jobs, but also increase in terms of our output. And this can only be achieved if we enhance skill development. And this chapter of macroeconomic has also borrowed heavily from another chapter that we is talking about strengthening deficit investments for job creation. Then there's need to shift towards more concessional public debt financing because of their what you call they help our country to not only be stable in terms of the payment or repayment period, but also they are more secure and they're long term. So there's need to this will ease the fiscal pressures and will give our country an opportunity to come out of the high. You saw it was 72.1% of our GDP, the debt that we have, which is making development slower. So there's also need to prioritize development spending at the county level. We have seen that most, when you look at this chapter, we'll find that the spending at the county level has not been, the 35% to development has not been forthcoming. And this add up to our pressures in terms of growth, because development at the county level will automatically mean that our country is growing, because the add-up effect of that will be good for our GDP. So there's need in our report also has highlighted that development need to be improved at the county level. And also there's need to promote export, import-oriented sector. We have seen that our flour industry, our tea, coffee, and also other goods that we produce locally has been going down, and this will hurt our economy. Then the report has highlighted that there's need for us to not only promote this export sector, but also to market ourselves out there so that we can not only get more markets that are still unexploited, but also leverage more on FTA so that we can go regional and also continental. That is all about the macroeconomic performance and the recommendation therein. When you go to the report, you'll get more insights and also more interaction in terms of our performance. So when we looked at what else can we do to grow decent jobs. Something that came up very strongly is that agriculture need to attract the youths, and the youths are the description that we have been interacting with. They're technological savvy. They want to do things differently in terms of agriculture, and something that was very key is that technology application in agriculture can not only create jobs for the youth through them making the applications, but also for them to re-engineer their skills in terms of when they look at agriculture. So digital extension is an extension service whereby we have the traditional extension officers on the ground, yes, but also we can use digital tools to link the farmer to the traditional extension officers, but also we can use digital extension tools directly to the farmer. For instance, we have iCow application that is very famous, whereby the farmers are getting information, real-time information on their production in the livestock sector. So when we looked at this, we also, in our CG modeling, in this chapter, we have seen if the investment that has been envisioned in our MTP4 of at least 6 billion in 4 years, starting from 2023, to go into technology application support to the sector. What will happen if that will be adhered to? Something just to note is that the 6 billion are not forthcoming in terms of investment, because from 2023 to 2024, it was less than 100 million that was allocated, and the one that was now spent was less than 100 million, which was 68 to 68 million, according to the budget. So if we will address that issue and focus on digitizing our agriculture sector, we'll not only create 177 direct and indirect jobs, and from our table there, you can see that sectors that, or subsector, the food crop will generate at least 143,000 jobs, which is the potential number of jobs if we invest in digital extension or infrastructure that supports digital extension in agriculture. And other subsectors also will produce jobs. And something to note is on also the linkages to other services. We know that agriculture also supports other services or rely on other services. It also supports tourism and other sectors through food and agri-food trade in that sector. So it's important for us to look at this, and in our report, you will see that many applications and also many job dynamics have been highlighted in that chapter. So for digital extension, to create decent jobs, there's need for us to provide technical assistance and capacity building to the county. We know that agriculture is devolved. However, the report highlighted that the number of extension services or extension officer has been going down, and also the investment in digital extension in the county, at the county level, is still low, and there's need for government not only to support the county government, but also the county government also to come in strongly so that they can support the digital extension services for their so that they can grow decent jobs and also improve output in terms of agriculture. Then there's need to fast track the implementation of guidelines to regulate the quality and reliability of digital extension and content service. We saw in our report that there are mushrooming what we call quacks in terms of those that are not trained in a particular service, and if they'll be allowed to propagate their messages in the digital platforms about agricultural ventures, they might cause harm or damage to the sector. We saw a case in point whereby a farmer in Narok lost almost all the sheep because when he went to the system and got the information from the system, the person who was propagating the message did not give right guidelines, and therefore it caused losses to the farmer. So if the government, through the regulatory bodies that are there, can regulate this digital extension in terms of the content and also licensing of those that will be offering these services, we see that the sector can, the digital extension can help farmers more. Then there is need to fast track the completion of the fiber optic project to fully harness the potential of the digital extension. We understand that our government has been very strong in this aspect of digital superhighway, and in our report we have seen that there are many projects that are ongoing, and if we fast track them, we'll be able to get more benefits from the rural, who are mostly the farmers, and also those that are not reached by other infrastructure in terms of technology and internet services. Manufacturing, we have highlighted in our report that manufacturing is one of the potential areas where Kenya can not only industrialize, but also create employment that are decent on a mass scale. However, there are some threatening problems that need to be addressed in terms of the quality of our products, in terms of pricing, but also competitiveness, which is still is still at what you call very low space. There's need to enforce standards and curb counterfeit goods. We see that the manufacturing has been hurt by influx of counterfeits that not only erode investor confidence, but also consumer are also affected. Long-term effects have been seen, so there's need for us to look at this manufacturing sector whereby we need to streamline it. And also we have not, or we are at a point whereby FCTA is kicking in very well, but we have not taken advantage of it fully. And in our chapter, we have also highlighted that there's need for us to leverage on this so that we can increase our manufacturing, so that we can get more jobs in Kenya here as we export the goods that are being manufactured locally. And also there's an issue that our president had been addressing of electricity, and there's need for us to invest further in this so that we can get more or adequate electricity to power industries, so that we can lower our production cost, so that we can improve our competitiveness in terms of prices. As such, we'll have good environment in terms of manufacturing. So recommendation from the manufacturing sector, we have seen that there's need to support quality, competitiveness, whereby we need to address the issue of counterfeit. In our report, we have seen the magnitude of how counterfeit goods affect our competitiveness. They need to prioritize the implementation of IPR recordation program to reduce the importation of counterfeit goods. Thank you. Then they need to enhance price competitiveness, and these institutions like KPROBA, Ken Invest, and also MSEA have been tasked with the task of coming up with or developing capacity building programs for our MSMEs, so that they can only be compliant, but also create capacity for them to exploit markets access and also opportunities, leveraging on the FCTA and other trade agreements that we have, like the AGOA that was ratified to continue. There's need also to promote cost competitiveness, and this can be addressed through looking at our taxation system regime, so that our raw materials and also intermediate inputs can be more accessible in terms of pricing, so that we can improve or we can spur our manufacturing sector. This is what our neighbors and our comparator countries are leveraging on, and they are really giving us a difficult time. So when we looked on our report, something that is also very key in our development agenda in terms of our creating jobs and also our economic growth, we looked at the e-mobility sector. We have seen through our analysis using the CGE that the sector can create 334,000 jobs by 2030 as a result of us adhering to our commitments of reducing the reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. The transport sector, through application of e-mobility, can be able to create that magnitude of jobs. So something to note is that electric vehicles that have been produced in our country, electric vehicle here meaning those e-bikes and also the vehicles that are using electricity as to power them, has increased significantly from 65 in 2018 to 5,294 and still increasing further. And this can only point to a situation whereby the sector is the fastest growing at the moment, and we need to harness its potential in terms of not only looking at jobs that can be created directly by use of the e-mobility equipment, but also looking at other subsectors or other areas that can create jobs. And in this, we have highlighted that we have raw material for creating or for coming up with the battery pack. We know that the assembly and the raw material are available, but we have not utilized it clearly. When you look at our catalog of raw materials in terms of minerals in our country, we have the potential to come up with these battery systems for this e-mobility, but we have not utilized that opportunity better. So there's need for us to promote domestic battery pack assembly and raw material so that we can create jobs, but also improve our achievement of the 16.5% by 2030 of greenhouse gas emission reduction. Then there's need to expand and align our technical training and vocational trainings, and also in the university level to include specialized program in EV assembly, battery technology, charging infrastructure deployment, and also safety protocol. When you look at these various areas, there is where the jobs are in the e-mobility subsector. So there is need for us to look at our programs in this area so that we cannot be teaching them on how it's done, but be able to operationalize it in terms of practicability of us doing it ourselves. Then there's need for us to increase access to tailored financial solutions by establishing our Green Mobility Fund, which will not only offer loans to MSMEs, but also offer at least the need that the financial help that is needed by the startups to improve not only their capacity maybe to produce the e-batteries or to put up the charging infrastructure, but also to expand the EV assembly that is available and is on a very low yeah. So our report has also looked at the skills, and for us to get decent jobs, we need skills that will go along not only to create that demand for the jobs, but also to enable them to be more productive. And in our analysis, we have seen that TVET graduates have a higher rate of full-time employment, so the need for us to invest more in TVET so that we can take advantage of these open jobs. We see that full-time employment have good wages, they have the sustainability of it, and if we'll put more youths out from the unemployment to jobs, even using this TVET, it will be a good thing. So there's need for us to increase investment in the TVET, and that chapter has highlighted various myriad of recommendations that we need to address, such as strengthening implementation of the community-based curriculum, but also by TVETA, but also incentivize students to enroll in ICT engineering by offering scholarships. We saw that the full-time employment, most of them, they are created in the ICT and also engineering and other key courses. So there's also need to establish agribusiness incubation centers within TVET institutions to help graduates develop not only business ideas, but also secure funds and connect with markets to increase employability in the agriculture sector. Then this chapter has also highlighted this need to expand TVET financing. In there, the financing capacity of TVET have not been matching the need for the support that this TVET is offering to our economy through job creation. So they need to expand financing. Then there's need to establish a national prior learning awareness and accessibility campaign. There's the policy that is highlighting the need for prior learning to be recognized, and there's need to enhance awareness on that. Then creating a national TVET industrial attachment fund and placement per platform is also a recommendation that has been given, in that through this industrial attachment and placement, the youths who are coming out from TVET will be able not only to get the required, to not only continue honing their skills, but also contributing significantly or constructively to our economy. When you look at the perspectives at the county, is that still agriculture is the offers the large share of employment. So there's need for county government, as supported by the national government, to ensure that or to support them to make decent jobs in the agriculture sector more attractive to the youths. As you can see, employment at the service also is performing well at the county level, but the industry is low. This has been shown even by the national level, whereby manufacturing and other sectors are still underperforming, and they need to perform better because they have potential for decent jobs at a mass scale. When you see the index at the county level, overall we are at 0.5% in terms of decency of work at the county level. And when this index was generated, when you look at Social dialogue, we are at 0.06 percentage point, and then stability and security of work at 0.72. Something that we need to be proud of is that work that needs to be abolished, we performed the best, so that maybe the work that is detrimental to the health and also the age of those that are employed at the county level has been going down. Then employment opportunities at the county, the index shows that we are at 0.8 percentage points, and this score is good, seeing that also pointing to a point that there are opportunities for job to be created that are decent at the county level. For us just is to give more investment, to have a keen eye to see how we can maybe match the skills to the job or bring awareness of these jobs so that we can not only cut the rural-urban migration, but also support growth at the county level through decency of work. So our KFIA chapter, as you have seen, is encompassing and has cross-cutting issues that have been discussed from the team that came up with the report through the support of our management and the board. So thank you, and that's the highlights from the KFIA 2025.
Thank you. Let's appreciate Dr. Hirade Wahungu for that presentation. Yeah, thank you very much, and we want to thank KIPRA for preparing that report, which is quite detailed, and we shall be launching it today. I want to appreciate and recognize the Director General for National Council for Population Development, Dr. Sheikh Mohammed. We appreciate you, sir. Thank you for finding time to be with us. I also want to appreciate the UNICEF representative, Benjamin Meyer. Thank you very much for finding time to be with us again, and also our partners from the University of Nairobi, and all the partners who want to really appreciate you. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, I want to bring Boaz Monga from KIPRA, who will be able to give us the key highlights of Kenya fiscal incidence analysis. Let's appreciate Boaz Monga as he comes to take us through the key highlights. Thank you.
Good morning. All protocols observed. Allow me to continue. So I must admit that from this podium, you look very nice. I wonder whether I look also very nice. Okay. So from the, you are able to see the slides? I believe so. Yeah, I can see, you can see them. So if you're able to see the slides, I think you can see that there was quite a large group there. You can see the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, KIPRA, the World Bank, UNICEF, and this other body called the African Center of Excellence for Inequality Research that is based at the University of Nairobi. So it was a large group that collaborated to come up with this study. And I'm still wondering why I'm here, why they could not present this study. So let me just say that it is a large study, about 177 pages, but we have condensed it into 20-something slides. So you will be patient before I reach number 25. So this is the second slide, which is telling us that we have an outline. I'll share with us an introduction, methodology, some key highlights, and then I come to policy recommendations. I think I forgot to tell you that the title, we have titled it Poverty and Impacts of Fiscal Policy in Kenya. So when we talk of fiscal policy, we are just talking about taxes and government spending. So that should not scare you. So this is a very normal report. Then in the process of preparing for this presentation, I discovered that actually some of these things are technical. So I'll also try to be deliberately non-technical, because I'm also non-technical. So we have poverty and inequality. The first message we are putting across is that poverty and inequality remains a challenge in our country. And this is despite the growth that we have seen in the last 2 decades, which is relatively good growth, and that is economic growth. And we also achieved lower middle income status sometime back in 2013-14. But despite that, we still see that poverty persists, especially in our rural areas, in our the counties that are in arid and semi-arid lands, in our female-headed households, and even among children. I think that is what we see. Inequality is also a bit higher in our country than what we can call, if you consider the lower middle income countries and put Kenya in that basket, then our inequality is just a bit higher. But if we come to this part of Africa, it seems we are not doing that badly. And we are talking about, if we talk about the lower middle income countries, we are talking about poverty rates of about 1 in 5. But you talk about Kenya, we are talking about poverty rates of more than 2 in 5 people living under in poverty. So it's indeed a problem. If you look at that right side, I don't know whether you can see those numbers. We can see numbers for national and child poverty. The child poverty are the green bars at the top, and you can see that the national poverty has been in the region of 36% all the way, that is from 2015-16, all the way to about 39%, nearly 40% in 2022, just after COVID. But for children, it's again higher. And it could be higher because there will be more children in households that are in the lower income groups. The broad objective of this report is basically to inform fiscal policy design by assessing poverty and distributional impacts of taxes and public spending. If I put that in other words, we are simply assessing poverty and inequality and how they are impacted by government action, government spending and taxing. And we have some few questions that we'll attempt to answer. How do taxes and public spending redistribute our income? And what is the impact of that government action on poverty and inequality rates? That I think is answered. Then the other question is, how do fiscal policies affect gender and child welfare? That question is important because poverty and inequality impacts vary by groups. Whether you're talking about men as a group and women as a group. And then the last one, what reforms could enhance outcomes? We had a methodology as what good studies normally have, and our methodology is what we call commitment to equity framework. This one is, so I'll try to explain it this way. We use household level income. That is the only way we can measure poverty and inequality. We use household level, data, not income, household level data. Now this household level data, we are able to see in a typical data like the ones you have in Kenya, we are able to see their expenditure. So that expenditure becomes a proxy for income. So we are able to ascertain the income that households have or individuals have before any tax, before any subsidy is given to them. And at that point, we are able to measure the level of poverty and the level of inequality. Then what we do with this approach, we also get the income and let me call it final income after taxes and subsidies and all transfers have been applied to households and individuals. and you are able also to measure poverty and inequality, and you are able to say something about the impact of our taxes on poverty and inequality. What I want us to pick from this figure, is, before we continue, is one, that we have that market income at the top, which is all income we have before any direct taxes. Then you can see we have net market income in the middle, just after the market income, we have net market income, which is basically all that income you had at the top there minus direct taxes. So we remove the direct taxes to get net market income. And then we have disposable income number 3, which is we take net market income, but we add back direct transfers from the government in this case. Then we go all the way up to the final income. Now, all these income categories, there's a way we call them. I'm trying to get that name. I wish some team member could shout. But those are the specific income definitions that we're talking about in the rest of the presentation. What do we really analyze? We are interested, as I've said, analyzing the effect of taxes and expenditures by the government. And when you talk of taxes, we have 2 broad categories, as you can see on the left, direct taxes and indirect taxes. When you talk about direct taxes, taxes on your income, like the personal income tax, and then to some extent we have this, what we call social insurance contributions. You see them in your payslip. They are mandatory, so we can still classify them there. Then we have below it indirect taxes. We also know these groups. The major ones are VAT and excess taxes. VAT is just about 4% of our GDP. Excess taxes, I don't know whether it could be more than that. Then we have expenditures. We also are interested in analyzing expenditures, and the expenditures we are talking about are what government spends. And we have what we call direct transfers. Direct transfers include the cash transfer programs, nearly all of them, the hunger safety net program, the older persons cash transfer, the cash transfer to our orphans and vulnerable children, and the persons with severe disabilities cash transfer. We also have the nutrition improvement through cash and health education, and we analyze this because they were able to be captured in our data. If anything was not captured in that data, it was not analyzed, and that becomes a limitation of this study. Indirect subsidies have been around in Kenya for some time, especially recently. The fuel subsidy and the fertilizer subsidy are also incorporated in the analysis. So when we talk about impacts of government spending, these are what we basically include. But let us not forget the in-kind benefits, which are actually perhaps the largest form of expenditure by the government. Education and health spending. For education, we include all that capitation that the government, for instance, gives in primary schools, in secondary schools, and in other education institutions, tertiary level. And right now we are talking about junior schools. As I indicated earlier, the data is from, the main data we used is the Kenya Continuous Household Survey data. We have other data sources. This research also required a lot of administrative data from different ministries. And this will be data on taxes, on expenditures, on subsidies, and this were to be verified and then allocated to specific households. I hope I've been able to explain that part well enough. I just hope so, but I think I've tried. And then now I think I'm able to move to the key highlights of the report. I hope I'll not take a very long time. The fiscal system, that is the message that we are summarizing, that the fiscal system narrows income gaps. In other words, we are saying that the process of government taxing us and also giving transfers on the other end reduces inequality. So that was a key finding of this study. And those, the graph is, I believe that is a graph, is able to tell us that you can see there's a Gini index which is a measure of inequality on the vertical axis. And below it, what do you see? I hope you're able to see market income. Then we move to net market income, disposable income, all the way to final income. So as we apply, let me say, one after the other, as we apply direct taxes, direct transfers across, what happens? Inequality reduces until we reach final income. So that's a key message. And I think this is attributed to in-kind health and education benefits, which drive this reduction in inequality. And that I think you can make out from the fact that in-kind health and education benefits are likely to reach the lower income groups of our society. So the Gini index falls from 40.1 to 35.0. In this case, I'll quickly mention that a Gini index of 0 would be ideal. That is a state where there's an equal distribution. So when the numbers go down, then you have an improvement in inequality. But we still see inequality being high in urban and the arid and semi-arid lands compared to the rural and ASAL lands. So the other one was non-ASAL. So non-ASAL have higher inequality. ASAL probably less. So the key message is that fiscal system narrows the income gaps, but leaves some Kenyans below the poverty line. Actually, it worsens poverty. That is a better way to say it, perhaps. Maybe stronger way to say it, but we found that it worsens inequality. In some countries, when we were doing the review, we found that fiscal actions reduce inequality and at the same time reduce poverty, which is the ideal situation. But in Kenya, we are finding out that yes, we have good fiscal policy in terms of reducing inequality, but it does not do a good job in reducing poverty. Yeah, I think that is, if you forget anything, then that is what we are also trying to say in this presentation. So as you move from market income, if you see the graph there, to net market income, to disposable income, and finally consumable income, generally, if you look at the blue bars are representing poverty headcount. That is just basically those who fall under the poverty line. It seems to increase slightly as we apply taxes and transfers. And if you look at the poverty gap, it worsens also slightly if you compare, for instance, the market income versus the consumable income in this case. So the poverty headcount was recorded to at 2.7 percentage points when moving from pre-fiscal income to consumable income. That's a reduction, an increase, sorry, of 2.7 percentage points. And then the burden of direct and indirect taxes such as VAT and excise outweighs the benefits from cash transfers and subsidies, especially for lower income households. So we are saying that this happens because there's a burden of direct taxes and indirect taxes which outweighs the benefits from cash transfers and subsidies. And then we see a decline in poverty. Yeah, this one is, you can say not so interesting in terms of trying to interpret, but it has a message. It is asking the question, who benefits? So it's lower income households benefit the most from Kenya's fiscal system. At least some sort of good message there. So if you look at that, we have number 1, 2, 3 across the bottom. Those are simply groups of households organized in 10 groups, beginning from the poorest 1 to the richest 10. Let me say from the lowest income to the highest income 10. If you look at the legend at the right, the very lowest one is net cash position. Net cash position is that line that you see that moves from generally is below the zero line. I don't know whether you can see it. I believe you are able to see it. If I had a pointer, I could have tried. And if you look at our vertical axis is telling us percentage of pre-fiscal income. This is net benefit as a percentage of pre-fiscal income by those income groups. And what we can say from this net cash position is that most of our groups, from 2 to be precise, 3, 4, all the way to 10, receive less than was taken away from them. Let me just stop there, then go to the other red line. The red line at the top, it runs all the way. By the time it reaches 9, income group 9, which is a relatively rich income group, it's at more or less 0. What does it tell us? It tells us something about net total position. Net total position. What have we done? We have basically added in-kind expenditure. We have added what households benefit from education and health, and that makes households benefit more than they gave out. That is what you're saying. And it benefits more the poorer households. And that is why we said education and health have turned out to be major, if I may say, pro-poor interventions by our government. So lower income households end up benefiting when we include the in-kind benefits. Another way of thinking of it, which maybe I may just blurt out, is that if we are to remove what we do in education and health, then we can really be worse off in terms of poverty and inequality in Kenya. We will quickly look at the major taxes. The major taxes include the personal income tax, and our major conclusion is the personal income tax is progressive. Personal income tax and social insurance contributions are progressive that is, compared to the poor, the rich pay a larger share of direct taxes compared to their share in total pre-fiscal income. So that is, I think, a good finding. And the progressivity reflects not only the design of the tax. I believe it is graduated, and that we all know, of the tax system, but also its limited coverage. It's limited coverage, yeah. Most of our workers would expect are in the informal. So they're not caught up in this tax, yeah. So that also might explain why we see, if you look at the lower income households, the 1s and the 2s and the 3s, what happens? The percentage of pre-fiscal income as a percent of their tax is very low, which is what we want compared to the very end, number 10, the higher or the highest income groups. We quickly go to VAT, which is another tax. It's a major one. It takes a bigger share of the poor's income than the rich's if we focus on indirect incidence. That qualifies it. So if you look at those 3 separate figures there, they are telling us something about VAT paid as a percentage of pre-fiscal income across the income groups. So again, 1 to 10, where 1 is the lower income groups. What do you see? If you look at probably the first and the last, you see, we would have expected the lowest one to be the lowest, and it keeps on increasing to the end so that we don't harm our poorer households. But look at the middle one. The middle one was interesting. It's the indirect effect. It's not the direct effect of VAT, but the indirect effect, because VAT increases prices of other goods like the fuel we consume. And the study shows that now that harms the poor. I think I don't need to say much more than that. So we are saying down there that indirect taxes like VAT hit the poor hardest, and the lower income households spend a bigger share of their income on taxed essentials, making the tax system less equitable. So does that mean that there's something we can do? Yes, it means maybe we can improve the design of VAT. Yeah, this is another one, another finding. And if you look at the top, it is saying that cash transfers are highly progressive, but the coverage is small, limiting their impact on poverty reduction. So you have many cash transfers. They are progressive, and this was measured by the team using an index. And this index simply, maybe I should talk about it, what it captures. It's summarizing the progressivity of a tax or a subsidy or even a financing system. So it quantifies how much the system deviates from some sort of proportional distribution. So if you look at the cash transfers listed there, they are the ones we talked about, the one on nutrition at the top, which is actually the most progressive. The cash transfer to person with disability comes next, and the other cash transfers follow. Those are classified as the most progressive. And the index will vary from -1 to 1, and you can see ours is from 0 to just about over 1, meaning they are proportionately large share of their income as tax, if it's a tax. That is, if it's a tax. So for this case, do we have any taxes? Do we have any taxes we can see there? No, we don't have any taxes. But when it is transfer, it becomes the opposite interpretation, that the transfer is considered poor or progressive and benefiting disproportionately lower income groups when our index is more than 1. So in this case, you can see they are all positive. We don't have a negative index. So the transfers are disproportionately benefiting the poor, and that is a good thing. I think that was a key finding we found from our cash transfers. Apart from tertiary education, which is a bit lower than what we might want. Oh, it's taking longer than I thought, so sorry. We have some highlights on gender. The finding is that fiscal policy narrows gender income gaps and reduces inequality. And there are slightly greater gains for female-headed and women-earner households. And in-kind transfers, especially education, drive the reduction in inequality, followed by direct taxes and cash transfers. But it does something else. But poverty increases for both male and female-headed households. While female-headed households benefit more from the fiscal system, they still remain especially vulnerable to rising poverty. And those bars are trying to compare male-headed and female-headed households. I think for the most part, it seems that like change in poverty headcount from pre-fiscal income to consumable income seems to be mixed, if I look at it. If you move from your left to your right side. So the interpretation that women remain vulnerable would be suffice. Benefit incidence by gender, I'll just quickly point out. Female-headed households benefit more than male-headed ones, especially through in-kind education. I think that we said. Most male-headed households are net payers from the 8th decile upward. Okay, that's the relatively high income households. Now, and households where women earn most of the income are net beneficiaries, and male majority earner households are often net payers. And then we have some caregiving gaps. In households with dependents, children or elderly, gender disparities narrow less. That is what we found, or even widen. So meaning that caregiving is a burden to, and that limits the redistributive effect of fiscal policy. I hope we have been able to get something on gender, so we can say something on children. And thanks to UNICEF, we were able to do something on children. So we extended the methodology to cover also insights for these children. Very appropriate because we saw that poverty is higher for children, yeah. So fiscal interventions reduce inequality for children, but the impact is limited. And that can be seen in that graph, where we have pre-fiscal income at the beginning and final income at your far right there. And what do you see? You see a reduction. The blue bar is total inequality, but the orange bar is child inequality. So as far as inequality concerned, yeah, it's different from poverty. You remember, poverty is higher, but inequality is slightly lower for our children. There's a reduction, but still inequality drop driven by education. But what drives it? We have said that what we see being spent on education and health drives that change. Then fiscal policy is failing to protect Kenya's children. And this we are talking about poverty now. Child poverty remains stubbornly high. So child poverty is the blue bars. When we move from pre-fiscal income to consumable income, what happens? There's an increase in child poverty. So our actions do not reduce child poverty, as our actions as a government. And children make up 42% of the population, and with one of 3 experiencing both monetary and multidimensional poverty. Rural ASAL regions bear the highest burden, leaving millions of children behind. I think that's what I can say. So we have seen a rise from 41.8%, for instance, to 44.7% when we have applied all the taxes and subsidies for children. I'll just point out that social protection programs are generally well targeted, but too small. Programs like the nutrition, it's only concentrated in a few counties, you know. Cash transfers for persons with disabilities, it only reaches a small percentage of those who are eligible, and that means that as much as they are really, what do we call them, beneficial to the lower income groups, the fact that they are limited reach they have limited reach is a problem. Let me point out a few policy insights, which I believe we have been able to figure out in the process of the presentation. This is the last slide, so you can begin celebrating. So we can expand coverage and increase benefit levels. If we think of those, the transfers that you're talking about, yeah, for us to have impact. In fact, we saw larger impacts in some countries like South Africa. Why? Because they have very wide coverage and increase of benefit levels. In South Africa, for instance, public health, 80% of households are able to use public health services. I don't know whether that is the same thing for our country, but we need to also consider that. Apply a gender lens to ensure fiscal reforms address persistent gender disparities and support female-aided households. Strengthen support for children by scaling up targeted cash transfers and removing barriers to education and health. By the way, I think I was still reading, was it in this report or another one, where over 1 million of our children still could not access education, so they don't benefit from what? This. Strategic revenue mobilization, there's need to reallocate or redesign inefficient subsidies, implementing targeted indirect tax reforms, and broadening the tax base. And we also need to combine effective redistribution through fiscal measures with robust and inclusive economic growth. And that marks the end of the presentation. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Boaz Munga, for that wonderful presentation. Our members are in our invited guests. You can see a lot of work has gone in preparing this report. And we want to appreciate the team, and in particular, I want to recognize and appreciate the World Bank President, also the UNICEF Country Director for the support that they gave us in preparing this report, without forgetting the World Bank Division Director, Gimea Fan, for the support that your team gave in preparation of this wonderful report that we are launching today. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite the KFIA young professionals to give us a number so that we can be entertained for 2 or 3 minutes before we go back to the program. Young professionals, very fast. Wherever you are, very fast. Just come and give us a number, maybe 2, so that we get entertained as we refresh ourselves, as we visit our bathrooms, and other, maybe grab a cup of coffee before we proceed with the program. Young professionals, very fast. Somebody who is coordinating that. We are running out of time. Karibuni sana. These are young professionals at KFIA Appreciate them, encourage them as they come. Thank you very much. Let's appreciate them. Let's appreciate them once again. Thank you very much. Appreciate them once again. Those are young Kenyans that are undergoing a capacity building program at KIPRA, a young professional program. They are young Kenyans under the age of 35 with a master's degree. That's the requirement for that capacity building program, sponsored by the National Treasury, the government of Kenya, and also self-sponsored. And we're inviting all of us to talk about it from in our organization. And every year we invite applications. They are doing the one-year program, and today we shall be witnessing graduation of those who completed their program last year. So thank you very much, our young professionals. We continue to support you. Some of them are coming from public sector. They are at the entry years of their career, coming from private sector. And thanks to KIPRA for organizing such a program to build capacity of our young people. At this point, I want to invite Victor Mose to come and give us a highlight of what we have just seen, a program of capacity building for young professionals, and what we expect as part of their graduation today. Victor Mose, wherever you are. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Karanja, for the invitation. All invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Victor Mose from KIPRA. I am the head of the capacity building department, where the young professional program is housed. So the young professionals you have seen entertaining us this morning are currently undergoing the one-year program, which I'm going to make a short presentation about. And also we're having another cohort who will also be graduating today. We are so happy that you have been able to join us today and also to witness as these graduates are also graduating, and as you bear witness to them. So thank you very much. I'm going to make a short presentation on what the program is about. And the purpose of this, making this presentation is to anchor the young professional program graduation, but at the same time to reach out to our strategic partners who may have similar programs, have similar interests, for them to be able to come and support us to enhance, to strengthen the program. So thank you very much. So as way of introduction, the Young Professional Program is actually our flagship project, our flagship program, which started in 2003. It is one way that KIPRA makes a contribution to youth empowerment, and more importantly, for ensuring that there's sustainable development. Because the youth, once you nurture the youth, you are promised of a great future and a sustainable future, because they are the leaders of tomorrow, they are the ones to make policies tomorrow, and they are the ones to support us tomorrow. So by actually investing in the youth, you will be able to be contributing directly to our future. And that is the perspective we have when it comes to issues of sustainable development. This program is supported by the national government. And previously, we used to get support from the African Capacity Building Foundation. And we are really grateful for the foundation for having supported us in the program. And also currently they're supporting other programs, but they said this young professional now has grown of age, should stand on its own and the government take over. And we are proud that the national government has also taken over and is able to support us. So this is a 1-year program where we have young professionals joining us from June, then from July, and they exit in June. It attracts youth who have masters in the various fields. It doesn't have to be economics. All fields. And we attract, therefore, these youth from the national government, the county government, and the private sector. So at around March, we usually do a call for application. Those in government apply. It's a very competitive program. And we have also opened up a window for the private sector or institution to sponsor 1 or 2 of their youth to come and join. And then you're able to pay for their upkeep and for the materials which they get. So currently, we have an intake of 30, but we have opened up, because of space and the capacity, for 10 more who are self-sponsored. So this year, our intake is actually 37, where we have 30 who are national government sponsored, but they come from all those categories of national, county, and the private sector, but also we have those who the institutions have sponsored in terms of releasing it for the program. The key objectives of this program, ladies and gentlemen, we see our young professionals, as I said, as people who should pick up the process of making policies. And once we invest in the knowledge and the skills and the values they require to develop good policies, then we are able to achieve our first objective, that is to enhance understanding of the public policy. This is not only in the process, but even the product itself. Through this program, we ensure that the young professionals have the requisite skills for conducting research and also for investigating policy. That is by undertaking policy analysis. We also provide a hands-on experience to the youth to be able to engage with government officials, private sector, such that they are able to strengthen their policy advisory through the entry, the negotiations, and even the advice you can give to shape the policies which we have. We also enlighten these youth once they enter into government, or when they engage with the government, either from the civil society or from the private sector. They are able to know the government architect, the government structures, and the government language, such that they are able to influence policy through the public policy processing process. We also equip the young professionals with the necessary tools, as I said, to conduct a policy analysis. As I said, our intake from 2003, we used to have only 12 youth joining us. But in 2020, the government increased the provision for this program. We increased to 20. And from 2021, again, the government increased the funding for the program. Now we have an intake of 30. This is how our enrollment has been over time. The program so far, since it started, it has been able to channel 337 youth into various positions of government and also private sector. And this includes 191 who are male and also 146 who are female. Our policy is to ensure that we have the affirmative rate. At least either gender should not exceed 60%. So it's for us, it's not 66, it's actually 60%. So I think in the interest of time, I'll not take you through. This is how our intake has been on a yearly basis. Sometimes you are able to see that we have more female than male. It depends on the applications and the interviews which we undertake. So, So how is the program designed? The program is designed that we have a capacity building, which takes a form of training. We also have the research component, where the young professionals are able to develop research products and go all the process to dissemination and engaging policymakers by even extracting a policy brief from a technical research work, such that it's able to speak in terms of a policy. We also have the policy engagement where our youth are able to engage with the government officials at county and national level, and also intergovernmental institutions, as well as the private sector, such that they are able to know how to influence. We also provide them with the soft skills they require for them to be able to maneuver in the world of public policy, including issues of public speaking, communications, negotiation skills, and others, such that they are able to have effective processes. So the journey, as I said, we start with an intake in July, but the process starts from March because of the interview processes. And once we have onboarded the young professionals, we started the training, which takes 6 months. That is from July to December. They are purely on specific programs, which I'm going to show. And after that, now they start doing their research component and engagement. And then, like today, we are going to witness the team which is going to graduate. So after the graduation, we engage. KFIA has a policy of absorbing some of the young professionals for 1 or 2 years, such that they are able also to practice. And those who come from national government or county governments or private institutions, they go back to the institutions. We are able to reach out through what we call a tracer survey after 3 or 5 years to be able to see whether the skills and the knowledge they got are able to penetrate into policy processes. So key of these outputs, in the training, we take these young professionals through government structures, especially in developed systems of government. We take them through public policy making process, gender analytics and inclusive policy, applied policy research, tools for policy analysis, social accounting matrix, input and output tables. We take them through monitoring and evaluation program, macroeconomic modeling and forecasting, creating enabling environment for private sector, legislative process, and the systems of national accounts and supply and use tables, and also the CG modeling. And there are also new programs we are developing because of the market survey which we have done. That's the capacity building needs assessment. We have new programs which we are going to launch, and we are in the process of developing the curriculum for purposes of ensuring that we respond to the specific needs in the market of policy making. So some of the key outputs are policy papers, which the young professionals develop, and I'm going to request Nicholas to play a small clip after my presentation. So I'll not take you through this one. So the clip will be able to show what the papers they have made. So the young professionals who will be graduating are 28 in number. And as I said, they are drawn from national government, county government, and also the private sector. So at this time, I think I wanted to stop there, but moderator, for purposes of also managing time. But before my time elapses, I want to request Nicholas to play a montage clip on the outputs of the young professionals before I sit down. Thank you very much. want to now hand over the mic back to the moderator. Thank you very much. And asante sana, and as I exit, kindly, if you have an interest in building the youth of the capacity of our youth, we welcome partnership such that we are able to support the young professionals to be able to have impact to our society. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Victor Mose. Let's appreciate Victor Mose for that presentation on capacity building for young professionals. And at this time, ladies and gentlemen, as we wait for our chief guest, who is almost coming, I want to request that we have some more entertainments, because after this, we are going to get into speeches, as well as the launch of the Kenya Economic Report and also Kenya Fiscal Incidence Analysis Report. Our young professionals, once again, we want to request that you give us more entertainment. Let's appreciate the Director General for Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, Dr. McDonald Obudo. Thank you, sir, for joining us. We appreciate your presence. Young professionals, come and give us some more entertainment. We are waiting for you. Someone check on them. Before we get into the remarks and speeches, as well as the official launch. Thank you very much. Let's encourage our young people. Let's appreciate them once again, our young people, our young Kenyan. Thank you very much as you come to entertain us. Let's appreciate them once again. Thank you very much, young professionals. Msiende bali sana. We're still coming back. Just take 1 minute breather. As I recognize and appreciate our Principal Secretary, State Department for Economic Planning, Dr. Bonbris Makoha. Busana sa. Also want to recognize the chairperson of KIPRA Board of Directors, Professor Ebusana. I want to request the young professionals as you take a breath to organize yourself and come back for more entertainment. Our Principal Secretary, welcome to this event. Since morning, we have been able to listen to various key highlights. We have listened to key highlights from the Kenya Economic Report 2025, also the key highlights from Kenya Fiscal Incidence Analysis Report, and also let's clap for them. Let's encourage them. They are young Kenyans. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, young professionals. I know you want to take another deep breath before you come back again. Our chief guest is almost here, so we continue being entertained, but I want to request, in case you have maybe some questions based on the report that were presented, the Kenya Economic Report, maybe you can also take that opportunity as young professionals. Taking a minute to breathe, and then they come back again. You have a question, an issue you want to raise based on the Kenya Economic Report that was presented, also the Kenya Fiscal Incidence Analysis Report. You have a contribution. You have your contribution on the two reports that were presented. We can give you opportunity and hear from you based on what was presented by our technical teams. Let me see, by show of hand, we will give you opportunity to make your contribution. Yeah, we have a hand there. Yeah, Dr. Hirare on that table. Introduce yourself, your organization, and maybe then you can go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jirida Wanjagi from Expertise Global. I had a question in regard to the key highlights from the Fiscal Incidence Report. There were some two graphs that were showing the inequality index. So for the first one, it was showing some poverty margins that were actually reducing, but the second graph was showing some high poverty in terms of net income. So key question is, what are some of the causes of the high poverty in terms of net income, and what are some of the recommendations they will provide in terms of some of these challenges that you're experiencing, more so in terms of reducing the fiscal deficit and also the protection to children. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let's get another one. So Boaz and your team, Dr. Zikari and the rest, prepare. We have a hand there. Hilale, who is helping? Okay, yeah, go ahead. Someone need to help me to roam the mic.
Thank you so much. My name is Davis Milimo from the Kenya Bankers Association. I was also a former young professional. So you can see the heights you can go after being a young professional. I'm an example. You can clap for me.
Thank you. Let's appreciate him. Yeah, he's of alumni from young professional. Yeah.
Well, I saw the presentation on credit to the private sector. The report indicated that it had grown from a negative 2.9%. Right now, we are currently standing at 6.3%. That is a good growth. And we are projecting that going forward, we may have increasing credit uptake by the private sector because of the current policy environment that the central bank is implementing. That is the revised risk-based pricing model. Another contribution also from the banking sector is on the paper, the interesting paper that was presented on e-mobility. Yeah, there is that connection between green banking and, of course, the financial performance. And recently, we launched a reporting framework. We have IFRS S1, then we have also S2. So we intend to use that reporting framework so that we are able to quantify and measure the impact of green projects and also the impact of ESG, sustainability. Yeah, so that we are able to, going forward, we are able to make policies in the correct direction. So that's, of course, a contribution to going forward from the banking sector. Then finally, that was on Kenya Economic Report. I just want to conclude with a quick question from the fiscal incidence report. Of course, it showed the impact on poverty and inequality. But the key question that I have is the tax burden on salaried workers. You know, it significantly reduces their disposable income. And this, of course, therefore, there is a need or a consideration that may have to be put on the pay-as-you-earn, the tax bands, so that we also have to offset the balances and their take-home becomes much more than. This will have an impact, of course, on in terms of their contribution and the businesses also that they support, the salaried workers. So thank you so much, and it can be a key consideration, in the report. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll pick the last one from this table. So hard, then we are going to have our IP come back again. I know my technical team are verboshed here. I know we were here to launch, but you'll be able to respond in brief. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Lydia Kimani. I'm with Agribusiness for African Markets. My question is to the key economic, Kenya Economic Report, when there was the contribution by the services sector, just to understand, what is that, are we able to get data on the disaggregation on the different subsectors that comprise the services sector and their contribution also, so that we get the aggregate of the 6% contribution? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Boss, you want to say something? Then Jacob Nato. There's one hard, I didn't want to open it up because we are waiting for the chief guest, and I know my team may not have all the answers, but go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Kiprono Philemon. I work for the Public Service Commission as the Director for Research. Just to follow up on our question, the road to Singapore is real, and we are going to be there. But if you look at the numbers presented earlier, the CAD 25 report, the contribution of industrial growth to GDP is just 0.8%. If you look at Singapore, the contribution of manufacturing sector to GDP is above 20%. What deliberate measures are we going to do to make sure that the contribution of industrial growth in our GDP growth is above 10%, for example? Thank you.
Okay, Jacob Nato, note those questions. The last one there, then we have responses, and then go back to my dancers.
Good morning, everyone. Dr. Benjamin Kimolo, Director for Research and Policy Development, Nairobi City Count. I have two comments. One, in agriculture, being one of the key contributors to gross domestic products, is not well funded, and especially in the counties. We have a goodwill in the national government, but what are the deliberate measures to assist counties? Because you check across the counties, the budgeting trimix and the matrix is going low every year. That's one. And it's very key, because if they are not well funded, then the gross productivity will go low. Two, I'm concerned on how do we assist in going forward in terms of agriculture on issues which are affecting the normal, the common person who does agriculture, especially the unpredicted climate change and other disasters, which they affect, and then the low productivity and low profit. That one affects that. I think that's my take. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I know our chief guest is almost here, so I'll give the team for Kenya Fiscal Incidence maybe 1 minute to say something, and also the Kenya Economic Report 1 minute. Do we start with the team here? Yeah, go ahead, Boaz and the team. Just a minute to say something.
Yeah, I hope I was able to capture the question, but I think maybe just to point out again that we observed that inequality was reducing. Poverty was the one that was increasing. So I'm still grappling with the question where you are indicating that poverty was increasing at some point and decreasing at some other point. But what I think I can remember very well is that inequality was what was declining as a result of fiscal measures by the government, but poverty was non-decreasing. It did not decline as a result of government fiscal policy measures. But there's one thing I want to point out, because we wanted to also mention what can be done. I think more can be found in the report, but there is something on education. On education, what was coming out from that study, if you look at it keenly, is that access to education is such that at the higher level, the benefits don't accrue to the poorer households as much as we should see. That is at the tertiary level. And this was attributed to access issues partly, and also partly due to what we can call the quality of education. So the quality of education that is accessed by our lower income households does not allow them to compete and be able to access our tertiary level education. And that alone is a game changer in terms of how poverty and inequality will translate in the coming years. I think that is that will be one of those things that the government can ensure, that we have greater access at the primary or the lower levels, basic education level, and also that we have quality of education is not a variable. When I'm a lower income household, I should also get access to high quality education, and that will ensure that our society is more inclusive in terms of growth. Okay. I picked on education, but we can pick on other sectors also, like health and etc., and still say something about them.
Okay, thank you very much. Our registration team is requesting, if you have not registered, kindly register at the back of the, actually the entrance there, or you raise your hand. The team will be able to bring registration attendance sheet to you so that you're able to register your presence this meeting. Jacob, for only 1 minute. Give Jacob Nato the mic for only 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Chair, and all our participants. Thank you for the very good questions. So I think I'll just respond to the few touching on the Kenya Economic Report. So thank you, Milimo. It's good to see you. And yes, you are right that credit to the private sector is expected to grow. And as you rightly put it, this is partly due to the risk-based pricing model that was recently introduced by CBK. And also we see the declining interest rates due to the monetary policy stance by CBK. So I think we totally agree that with the decreasing interest rates and the risk-based model, then we expect increased uptake of credit to the private sector. And based on the report that Wahungu just presented, we believe that uptake of credit by the private sector will be especially critical to support literally most of the sectors of the economy, including agriculture, trade, industrial growth, and so on. And this will contribute to the improved overall economic growth. Then Lydia Kimani, thank you also for your question. I think you rightly mentioned that we are projecting the services sector to be a main driver for economic growth in Kenya. And when you look at our services sector, it is really a consolidation of about 10 subsectors inside there. But just to mention the main subsectors there, we have education, we have health sector. Then one of the main subsectors in services that Kenya really benefits from is the accommodation and food services. And then the financial services sector is very key for our country. Then the real estate, given the current initiatives going on, like the affordable housing programs, these are expected to contribute to the improved performance by the services sector. Then there was also a question on comparing Singapore with Kenya in terms of our industrial growth. I think for now, because we are just starting on that journey, we are yet to see how things will turn up. But I think the launch of the infrastructure fund yesterday, together with the sovereign wealth fund, because you see, for us to grow our industry, The main bottleneck that has been facing industry is, first of all, financing, and then the high cost of power. So we believe if these issues can be addressed, limit the cost of power, improve access to financing for industry, and all the other bottlenecks that the sector faces, then even if it will take us quite a number of years, we hope that we shall reach the level of Singapore. And finally, for the question on funding agriculture in the counties, yes, thank you. I think I didn't get the name, but I think for counties, especially in the non-ASAL areas, agriculture is a key contributor to the GCP, the gross value added, and also the gross county product for counties. And therefore, we feel that by creating a dedicated fund in counties, where both the county government, with support from the private sector players, if they can put together a fund just dedicated for sustainably financing the agriculture sector, I think that will help us to move our way forward.
Okay.
So thank you. I think those are the ones I can respond for now.
Thank you very much, Jacob Nato. Let's appreciate our technical team. Thank you very much. I want to invite the young professionals to give us one number. The chief guest is already here. He's in our holding room taking briefs. Then he will join us in a few minutes. Therefore, I want to request young professionals very fast so that now we save on time that our chief guest is around. The team leader, the coordinator of young professionals, I kindly request we do it very fast. Our chief guest is around, and I would want him to find you entertaining us as he gets in. Therefore, organize yourself and give us one presentation or two. Someone help me to bring the young professionals. And as young professionals get in, I want to request all of us who are outside, please also get in and make yourself comfortable in the hall, so that as our chief guest comes in, we are all seated. Therefore, our guests who are outside, make yourself comfortable in the hall, so that once you have the chief guest, you'll be able to run the program that is remaining. Very good. Young professionals, go ahead. Media, I think they are waiting on you, so you can fast track the songs that were provided by this team. Someone can go there and help the media in case. Who's doing that? Someone can go and check with the media if they have the song. Okay, great. Media, the systems are not working. Something amiss? Okay. Okay, in the alternative, we can wait for a chief guest. He's almost coming. I hear he's just in the upstairs coming, so probably we can wait for a minute, and then we entertain the guest when the chief guest has already taken his seat. Make sure the song is ready. We don't want to be in this position when the chief guest is here. Oh, you're waiting for them? Then, guys, I think you can come. We will interrupt when the chief guest is coming so that... Do you have the documentary for the young professionals?
The program really sharpened my skills, the ones that I had gained during my masters, and now that I could be able to practically apply them, I'd say my communication skills improved. Also my analytical skills, I was able to interact with various data analytics tools that I hadn't interacted with before. I was also able to develop, let's say, a research study from scratch towards the entire process, and able to actually write research paper. I was also able to interact with various stakeholders within the country, both from government and non-governmental organizations. I am now in a position where I can, let's say, convene a round table of stakeholders to discuss pertinent public policy issues. During the program, one of the outcomes is we are able to publish blogs, we are also able to publish policy briefs, and the main outcome was a research paper that was titled Developing Green Skills Through TVETs to Enhance the Competitiveness of Youths in Kenya's Labour Market. For each paper, we had a co-author, and my co-author was Kevin Koech. I'd say the paper was very timely, where that, given that globally we are moving towards sustainable practices, and nations are looking to achieve their sustainable development goals, there is a shift in the labor market where people are looking for more skills within the sustainable environment area. So I'd say that the paper was very timely, where we were able to look at the demand of green skills in the Kenyan labor market. And one of the issues we discovered is that there is a challenge where there is a mismatch between the skills that the people have and have graduated with and what the labor market is demanding in Kenya. And one of the recommendations we made was that there needs to be a strong collaboration between the industry players and the education sector, such that whatever skills the labor market will be able to demand, the education sector can be able to train its people in the said skills. For anyone who wants to join this program, I'd say that first, the minimum requirement is having a master's degree. And it doesn't matter which master's degree you have. I'd say any master's degree gives you an added advantage to be able to be selected for the program. I'd also say it's a stepping stone for anyone who wants to pursue a career in public policy.
This program, we gained much experience, especially coming from the field of academia, the much experience that was needed to transition or to policy research was a much plus to that experience. We also gained the experience of an on-job training where we would interact with departments, various departments within the policy making space and the policy making cycle within the institution. So the program exposed us to various training opportunities. We were impacted on applied research, analysis, monitoring and evaluation, macroeconomic modeling and forecasting. One of the research outcomes we were required is to have policy paper. I and my co-author, that is Maria Mbogo, we conducted a study on enhancing green jobs by including persons with disabilities within the economy. The program is a huge plus, especially if you are looking to be within the space of research and policy making cycle.
I was able to learn a lot about governance, about public policy making process, about the monitoring and evaluation of different programs and projects. I was also able to learn about the system of national accounts and social accounting matrix, which really shaped my perspective, especially on the whole issue of governance and also making good policies in the public sector. I was appointed to be a member of the Kenya KFIA Annual Regional Conference, and during that time I was able to learn a lot, including working in a team and also stakeholder mobilization and also engagement and resource mobilization. And seeing the success of the conference was something fulfilling for me. I wrote 2 blogs together with my partner. The first blog I wrote in Virginia, the second blog I wrote with Ian, and with that we also wrote a discussion paper which was titled "The Role of Carbon Markets in Job Creation through Agroforestry." This is a good opportunity for you to sharpen your skills and also to improve your interaction with the stakeholders and also understand how policies are made. Also get to learn more about good governance, both in the public and private sector.
During the YP program, I learned a lot of things, including conducting research in the various areas of the economic development. I was able to write 2 blogs, one on the renewable energy, that is biogas in the rural areas. I was also able to do another blog on value chain in beekeeping. I was also able to span across the health sector and produce one information note, and it helped me to understand the entire health sector, starting from the national government to the counties. I was also able to be part of the gender unit, a very special unit, and I was able to interact with various stakeholders in that sector. And I did a discussion paper together with my co-author Collins Wanjala, and very good guidance and mentorship of Shadrach Mwatu. The paper is an agenda analysis of green jobs in Kenya. The study looked into to see whether reducing greenhouse emissions or net zero transition could create jobs, additional jobs, and what kind of jobs, and if so, the jobs are expected to be unique for both men and women. The KFIA Young Professionals Program is the best platform for foundation for anyone who would like to be part of the public policy research. It provides a basic foundation, well-structured training, and you get to interact directly with policy experts, making you all-round person to contribute to the national development goals.
report is prepared annually by the Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis, KFIA, pursuant to Section 23(3) of the KFIA Act, Cap 112A, Laws of Kenya. This is a statutory report which annually reviews Kenya's economic performance and provides prospects for the medium term. The Kenya Economic Report 2025 is themed Creating Decent Jobs for Prosperity. The KER 2025 focuses on the following areas: trending in macroeconomics performance, enhancing decency of agricultural jobs through digital extension services, enhancing the competitiveness of manufacturing sector for decent job creation, promoting youth employability through investment in technical and vocational education and training, revitalizing job creation in the domestic trade sector, harnessing the potential of decent jobs in the e-mobility subsector, and enhancing creation of decent jobs at the county level. On trends in macroeconomic performance, in 2024, Kenya's economy grew by 4.7%, supported by strong performance in agriculture and the service sector. Employment grew by 3.9%, reflecting steady recovery in economic activity. However, growth in the industrial sector remains subdued at 0.8%, largely due to contractions in construction and mining. Inflation declined at an average of 4.5%, remaining within the government's target range and easing pressure on household incomes. In February 2025, the central bank rate was reduced to 10.75%, resulting in lower lending rates and improved access to credit for businesses. At the same time, Kenya's current account deficit narrowed sharply to 1.3% of GDP, reflecting improved export performance and reduced import pressure. To sustain growth and job creation, the report emphasizes the need to 1. Strengthen domestic savings by expanding pension schemes, promoting financial literacy, and enhancing financial inclusion through digital saving platforms. 2. Expand access to credit. 3. Prioritize concessional borrowing. And lastly, promote value addition and exports. In the agricultural and digital extension, agriculture remains a vital employer, but low productivity continues to limit its potential. One of the biggest challenges is access to information. Today, Kenya has one extension officer to every 1,500 farmers, far below the recommended ratio. Digital extension services are changing that. Mobile platforms, digital advisory tools, and real-time climate and market data are transforming farming into a modern enterprise. The report recommends a national digital extension strategy, expansion of rural ICT infrastructure, partnership with private sector innovators, and verification systems to ensure accurate information for farmers. By modernizing agriculture, Kenya can create more dignified, productive, and climate-smart jobs. Kenya's manufacturing sector is central to industrial transformation, yet its contribution to the GDP fell from 7.8% in 2022 to 7.6% in 2023, far below the national target of 15%. High production costs, energy prices, and counterfeit goods continue to weaken competitiveness. To unlock decent jobs in manufacturing, the report calls for stronger standards enforcement, protection of intellectual property, affordable industrial power, and access to long-term financing through the Industrial Development Fund and credit guarantee schemes. Revitalizing manufacturing is key to building high-quality employment and export competitiveness. Youth unemployment remains a pressing challenge, globally standing at 11.3% and in Kenya at 9.6%. However, TVETs in Kenya are becoming a game changer. 87.5% of TVET graduates find employment. They are likely to secure formal jobs and enjoy better security than those in general education. The report thus recommends strengthening competency-based education, investing beyond the current 4.8% TVET budget share, expanding dual training models, and integrating digital AI and green skills. Wholesale and retail trade is Kenya's largest employer. However, 80% of workers in the sector remain in informal employment, without protection, security, or stable income. Challenges include poor working conditions, low wages, limited skills development, and weak social protection. Transforming domestic trade requires simplified business registration, investment in structured markets, enforcement of labor laws, and support for digital retail and e-commerce. Formalizing trade means improving lives and expanding opportunity. The transport sector drives growth, but also emissions. Electric mobility offers Kenya a cleaner, smarter, and more inclusive future. From vehicle assembly to battery recycling, e-mobility creates opportunities across the value chain. By meeting national EV targets, Kenya could generate over 334,000 new jobs by 2030. To unlock this potential, the report recommends training workers in EV technologies, supporting battery manufacturing, financing green enterprises, expanding charging infrastructure, and promoting gender inclusion. The green transition must also be a job transition. Lastly, at the county level, the Decent Work Index stands at just 0.58. This reveals high informality, low pay, limited health coverage, and inadequate pension access. Youth, women, and informal workers bear the greatest burden. Therefore, the report calls for expanded skills development, formalization policies, increased income protection, and stronger trade unions, especially in the informal sector. Devolution must translate
Ladies and
into
gentlemen,
opportunity.
I want to request that we be upstanding as we receive our chief guest. Our chief guest, Honorable FCPA John Badi, EGH, Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury. Welcome, sir, to this event. Thank you, sir. We may be seated. Thank you very much, our chief guest, for finding time to join us today. Honorable FCPA John Badi, EGH, the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury. We want to appreciate your time to come and grace this occasion where we shall be launching the analysis report and also the young professionals' graduation. Sir, with your permission, allow me to invite our young professionals from KIPRA to entertain us with one number. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Let's appreciate our CS, our chief guest, as he takes down his seat. Thank you very much, our young professionals. Thank you very much, our young professionals. Let's appreciate our young professionals. These are young Kenyans who are taking capacity building program at KIPRA. And they are drawn, our chief guests, they are drawn from private sector and also public sector. And we stay with them for 1 year at the institute, and we develop their capacity on public policy making process and other areas that support policy development. Our chief guest, with the permission, allow me to invite KIPRA ED, Dr. Eldon Som, to make her remarks and also introduce other partners as she launches the program. KIPRA ED, Dr. Eldon Som, karibu sana. Let's appreciate KIPRA ED, Dr. Msom.
The Cabinet Secretary, the National Treasury, the Principal Secretary, State Department for Economic Planning, the representative from the World Bank, the representative from UNICEF, the KIPRA Board Chair, the KIPRA Board of Directors present, the CEOs present, starting from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, the National Council for Population Development, all the guests, the media. We have the counties represented, and we have various corporations who are in this room. As we planned for this event, sir, we were looking at what we do as KIPRA, and hence we are showcasing our activities as an institute. And this amounts to KIPRA Day. We are also going to launch the Kenya Economic Report, which is our flagship program under your ministry. We are also going to launch the report on the fiscal incidence analysis for Kenya, which has been prepared under the partnership with the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, UNICEF, World Bank, as well as the University of Nairobi. That shows what we can do when we come together as development economists who have a common agenda for not only our great nation, but also for Africa. And for that reason, before I give my remarks, I want to welcome the following to greet the congregation and also give their remarks. I'll start with the World Bank representative, that's Mr. Fan, who is the division director. He'll be followed by UNICEF representative, and UNICEF is represented by Mr. Mayor. After that, we'll have the DG NCBD and the DG KNPS, and then I'll come back to the next session. Thank you. Welcome, World Bank.
Thank you very much, Honorable CS, PS, Mr. Chairman, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all. Habariza Machana. I'm delighted to join you for the launch of these two very important reports. But let me, given the limited time, but let me focus my remarks on the poverty and distributional impacts of fiscal policy report in Kenya, a product of wonderful collaboration between the Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis, the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, UNICEF, the University of Nairobi, and the World Bank. We at the World Bank are delighted to partner with you on these type of research. And I want to thank all the institutions involved for their dedication, expertise, and commitment to advancing evidence-based policy making in Kenya. Asantani sana. Kenya stands, in my view, at a pivotal moment where the challenge is not just sustaining growth, but ensuring that the benefits of that growth are shared widely. As you know well, the Kenya Vision 2030 prioritizes equity and shared prosperity, and I believe fiscal policy is essential to achieving these goals. The poverty and distributional impacts of fiscal policy report provides timely evidence on how taxes and public spending shape income distribution, poverty, and inequality, and highlighting who gains and who bears the burden across regions, genders, and generations. While Kenya's economy has shown remarkable resilience, underlying fiscal pressures and persistent disparities unfortunately remain. With limited fiscal space, rising expectations and demand for essential services, and uneven inclusivity in economic growth, there is, in my view, an urgent need for more efficient and equitable fiscal policy. The choices we make today will determine whether growth leads to better jobs, higher incomes, and real opportunities for all Kenyans. And I think the insights from this analysis are essential to as the country strives for a more inclusive future. And as you have just heard earlier this morning from the excellent presentation by Mr. Monga, Kenya's fiscal policies are effective at narrowing income gaps, mainly because public spending on education and health reaches broader segments of society. However, you've also heard that when it comes to poverty, the story is marked ones, often fall more heavily on the poor, and the benefits from cash transfers are not sufficient or enough to offset these burdens. As a result, overall poverty increases despite the significant gains in equality. And you also heard that female-headed households benefit more from in-kind education transfers, but they still face higher poverty rates. And the reason is because that caregiving responsibilities and limited access to resources mean that even when fiscal policy helps close income gaps, the most disadvantaged families may not see real improvements in their daily lives. For children, I think the picture is even clearer. While fiscal measures help reduce inequality among children, the poorest still miss out on essential services such as health benefits. As a result, child poverty rises even as the gap between the rich and poor children narrows. I think the report offers many practical insights that wealthier households can free up fiscal space. Wealthier households can free up fiscal space for investments that have greater impact. Targeted reforms to value-added tax can also raise additional revenue without harming the welfare of the poor. Alongside these measures, broadening the tax base, removing structural barriers such as user fees and birth certification costs, for example, and investing in education and health, especially in underserved areas, are critical steps. For me, I think most importantly, the report reminds us that fiscal policy alone cannot deliver equitable and resilient growth, especially under very tight budget constraints. Stronger redistribution must go hand in hand with higher, sustained, and inclusive economic growth and job creation to build a more prosperous future for all Kenyans. Indeed, I would argue more, better, and more inclusive jobs are the most sustainable means to reduce poverty and promote shared prosperity among all Kenyans. As Kenya's long-term development partner, the World Bank is fully committed to supporting Kenya, to support Kenya's journey towards a more inclusive, equitable, and prosperous society. We believe that smart fiscal, governance, and structural reforms can unlock debt sustainability, drive productivity growth, and create more, better, and more inclusive jobs. And we will continue to work side by side with the government and all partners to advance evidence-based reforms that can deliver true, tangible benefits for all Kenyans. Together, we can make fiscal policy a powerful engine for reducing poverty and inequality, and to realize the promise of Vision 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you, Asantani Sana.
Thank you. Next we have UNICEF.
Honorable CPA John Badi, Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury and Economic Planning, Dr. Boniface Makoka, Principal Secretary, State Department for Economic Planning, Professor Paul Wachana, Board Person, KIPRA, Board Chairperson, KIPRA, Dr. Helda Onsumu, Executive Director, KIPRA, Dr. MacDonald Obudo, Director General, KN Director, Development Partners, members of civil society, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Jumbo. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm honored to join you all today for this pivotal moment as we come together to launch the report on poverty and distributional impacts of fiscal policy in Kenya, a commitment to equity assessment with extensions to gender and public spending impact lives, especially children and families most in need. It goes beyond numbers and charts. It gives us a powerful lens to understand the real stories behind policies, showing us where we are making a difference and where we must do more. The purpose of research like this is to show how public resources affect people's lives and, most importantly, to guide us in providing better support to the most vulnerable, especially our children and our future. Ladies and gentlemen, children makes up 41.3% of Kenya's population, about 22 million children. This means that children are not only the largest demographic group in Kenya, they are also at the very heart of this country's future. Yet, 1 in 3 children in Kenya experiences poverty, both in monetary terms and in terms of access to basic services. These children live in families that are deprived of income and also lack essential opportunities such as education, healthcare, nutrition, and protection, which are the foundations of a dignified future. At UNICEF, we remain committed to partnering with the government of Kenya in delivering on its ambition to ensure that no child is left behind. Central to this ambition is the government's bottom-up economic transformation agenda, which places households, especially vulnerable families, at the center of national development. Through BITA's focus on job creation, agricultural transformation, micro, small, and medium enterprises support, universal health coverage, social protection, and education reforms, the government has laid out a clear vision for reducing poverty and expanding opportunities for all. Ladies and gentlemen, let me acknowledge the significant progress Kenya has made. This new report on poverty and distributional impacts of fiscal policy shows that the country's social assistance programs are making a difference to children in Kenya. They reach the poor and the vulnerable. They are effective in directing support to precisely the households who need it most. The Kenyan government's investment in free primary education means more than 10 million children are enrolled in primary school. This has narrowed the gap between the rich and the poor, giving more children a chance for a better future. Spending on public health has made it easier for low-income families to get medical care. More children are now able to see a doctor or nurse when they need to. These are major strengths and a powerful foundation for fiscal reform. But despite the progress, our children still face major barriers. The analysis reveals a sobering reality. While the fiscal system reduces inequality, it simultaneously increases poverty. This is because the poverty-increasing impact of taxes, particularly VAT, on basic goods outweighs the poverty-reducing impact of other transfers in primary sectors such as health, education, and social assistance through Inua Jamii cash transfers. In simple terms, while the system narrows the gap between the rich and the poor, it also pushes some families deeper into hardship. Kenya's cash transfer programs remain among the most effective tools for reducing poverty, strengthening human capital, and protecting vulnerable children. The cash transfer for orphans and vulnerable children, and the nutrition improvement through cash and health education programs provide income support to households with children living in poverty, along with nutrition and parenting counseling, making them highly impactful as evidence has shown us. Yet, coverage remains far too limited to meet the scale of need or achieve large-scale, transformative reductions in poverty. Expanding coverage, particularly for children in their early years, is essential for building human capital and driving productivity across the economy. The report also shows that government spending on health does benefit more poor children, but not the poorest of the poor. Many children facing the greatest deprivation still miss out on critical care. It also shows the power of making education accessible to families despite income level. Ladies and gentlemen, the report does provide a clear path forward. With the right policies, Kenya can dramatically reduce child poverty by expanding social protection and making health and education more accessible. For families in rural and ASAL counties or persons with disability, expanding Inua Jamii would not only help children stay in school, eat better, and access medical care when needed, it would also make health and education investments more effective. By preventing malnutrition and reducing school dropouts caused by income insecurity, social protection ensures these sectors deliver lasting impacts. Distinguished guests, the evidence in this report points to three urgent priorities. 1, prioritize social protection as a vital complement to health and education. Expanding coverage to reach the extremely poor can significantly reduce poverty. Scaling up in UAJAMI programs such as NICH and CTOVC could be a game changer for the most vulnerable families. Social protection not only reduces families' out-of-pocket health expenses and makes education more accessible, but also ensures these sectors deliver better outcomes by preventing malnutrition and reducing school dropouts. It provides a critical cushion when climate shocks hit, building resilience so families can withstand future shocks. 2, strengthen gender-responsive fiscal measures. Children's well-being is inseparable from the well-being of their caregivers. Fiscal policies that ease the burden on mothers, such as subsidized childcare, improve maternal health access, and support for women in the informal sectors, workforce, not only improve child outcomes and family well-being, but also expand the economy. When women can participate more actively in the economy, household incomes grow and communities thrive. And finally, use fiscal policy to break intergenerational cycles of poverty. Children who begin life with poor health, inadequate nutrition, and limited learning opportunities face lifelong disadvantages. Well-designed fiscal policies can stop the cycle of poverty for many families by preventing the intergenerational transmission of deprivation. These policies are not just about fairness. They are strategic investments that expand the economy, strengthen resilience, and drive long-term national development. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I would like to extend our sincere appreciation to the government of Kenya, including the State Department of Planning at the National Treasury, for its collaboration in this important effort. We also recognize the technical leadership of the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics and the Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis, supported by our partners, the African Center of Excellence for Inequality Research, the World Bank. This partnership has made this work not only possible, but also robust, credible, and actionable. We also thank the financing support from development partners, the UK government, and the Swedish International Development Cooperation agencies. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya has already laid a strong foundation. With bold fiscal reforms, we can ensure that every person, every child in Kenya grows up to be healthy, educated, protected, and full of potential. UNICEF stands ready to support the government of Kenya in taking forward these recommendations. Reducing poverty is not just a policy choice. It's a moral imperative, an economic necessity, and a commitment for future generations. Together, let us build a future where no child is left behind. Asanteni sana.
Thank you. The DG and CBD.
Our CS, CPA John Mbadi, the Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury, our PS, the Principal Secretary, State Department for Economic Planning, Dr. Boniface Makoha, the Chair of KIBRA, Professor Paul Wachana, the board members of KIBRA present, as DG and KNBS, and my friend, Dr. Director General KNBS, Kimia Fan, the Division Director, World Bank, and Shahin Nifla, the Country Representative, UNICEF. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mine is just brief. I was not really prepared to speak at this podium this morning, but I want to thank the CEO of KIBRA, ED, Dr. Ari, for the invitation. I'm the Director General for the National Council for Population and Development. We are sister organizations to KIBRA and the KNBS, and we work very closely. We pick where KIBRA and KNBS stop. We will use this report for further analysis and policy briefs to advise the government on population matters. Our CS, our country today, we are talking about a population of more than 50 million. It has more than quadrupled since we got independence. I think Kenya today is facing key challenges is that, and I know this is a commitment we have made, is that we are at the crossroad. Kenya is a place where it has to harness its demographic dividend. We have moved from a child-based population. We are currently a very youthful population, and we're at a stage where we call it we have to take off. And we don't harness this time, the next 30 years, then Kenya will be in trouble. So that's why really we have to do heavy lifting for the next 30 years. And that's why the National Council for Population and Development is focused currently is on quality population, and these two reports on economic, the report on economic report and the fiscal will be very vital for us really to advise the government. Mine is to congratulate KIPRA, board members, the CEO and the chair for really giving us this report religiously every year, because we use this report to prepare our reports. I want to take this opportunity again to thank you for the invite. Mungu awabariki. Asanteni sana.
Next, we have the Director General, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics.
Thank you so much, Madam Edie, for the chance and the protocol that has already been established because of time. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, colleagues. I've cut on that time just to say hi to you. And I'll choose just carefully what to mention here. I know presentations have been done. And our chief guest, speaking to the report that has been given on the Kenya fiscal incidence analysis, the main objective, we wanted to look at what it is if, when we talk of poverty and the inequality, then look at the element of taxes, how they are applied, and to what extent they are affecting the lives of Kenyans. So one of the key concerns and the questions that we had was how do taxes and public spending in Kenya redistribute income between the rich and the poor? Now that happens after we have gotten the poverty numbers, which I'll tell you how we do that. Then we look at the question on what is the impact of taxes and the public spending on poverty and inequality rates in Kenya. Then what fiscal reform options could enhance poverty and distributional outcomes. Then the other question is how do fiscal policy actions influence gender-based poverty and inequality? And last but not least is how does fiscal policy affect child welfare and inequality? So we looked at all this and then checked on what kind of data set will be, we could use, and then from there looked at who are the players. And chief guest, one key thing that has been mentioned here is that this work has been done collaboratively with KIPRA, our sister organization, World Bank, UNICEF, we have University of Nairobi, and particularly the African Center of Excellence for Inequality Research that is actually domiciled at the university. They are actually very good when it comes to dealing with matters of this kind. And beyond that, we also looked at other key institutions that are very important in this, because then data is required. And this is where we have the National Treasury, we have Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, the State Department for Social Protection, and then the county government. Now, we started the work from the data that was generated on poverty numbers. And in that case, we looked at the 2022 Kenya Continuous Household Survey Program, where we generated a lot of data. We get to understand that in Kenya, we normally get the poverty numbers from the Integrated Household Budget Survey, which we just do every 10 years. So we had one in 2005, 2006, then 2015, 2016. Then now, from that time up to now, we have not had new numbers, but then we decided that we come up with a strategy of bringing on board thematic areas, ensuring that data is generated on a yearly basis, and so we did one in 2019, 2020, 2021, and then lastly 2022. So the data for 2022 from the Continuous Household Survey Program is what we are using to deal with these subjects here, to respond to the questions that I've mentioned to you. And together with, this is done together with administrative data that is collected from different areas. So remember, one side we have the survey data, on the other side we have administrative data, and the administrative data generally are coming from public institutions, and that's why I've mentioned the Ministry of Health, I've mentioned the National Treasury, and several other players. Of course, KRA comes in. And so all these players now brought together has made it possible to have this work done. And we appreciate one thing, that it is expensive to collect data. And once collected, you want to see how best you'd use it in very many ways to get different indicators that we have not had before. And so that is the basis upon which we mined the data thoroughly to get us to this. So the next, set of data that is going to give us the poverty numbers is the Kenya Integrated Household Budget Survey that is already ongoing. I think we are in the 4th, I'm not sure if we are in the 4th month or thereabout. Somewhere which month? We are in the 5th month. So we have 7 months to go to complete the data collection. It is a 1-year exercise where we collect data for a whole year. We want to touch on every month of a year, so that the element of seasonality is thoroughly taken care of when you talk of prices and the consumption patterns in the country, which then leads to many other things. So as we are getting to that, we now have, we had to mine this data to produce the results that we have. And on this, our chief guest, it is about looking at assessing the report on how taxes and public spending affect poverty, inequality, gender outcomes, and child welfare. And here we are using a framework called the Commitment to Equity. It is a framework that helps in redistributing the resources through taxation to get to see who are well-placed and who are down when it comes to resources, and then how would taxes applied differently move something from here to the most vulnerable and see how that life is well taken care of. And so this is the process, and this is about what is coming out from this report. And if it is well utilized, then we'll be able to see how the inequality in terms of poverty could be reduced. So we have done that work just to ensure that the report would be able to inform fiscal policy choices, especially in context of tight fiscal space, where we also have the rising public debt and growing public pressure on for tax relief. And so it is something that will be able to really help us ensure that these findings, particularly very important when they provide clear evidence on how Kenya's tax and public spending policies influence poverty and welfare, and whether the current fiscal system effectively supports the national goals on equity, inclusion, and shared prosperity. And this report, for the first time, we are now bringing on board the element of the welfare of children. And this is an area that UNICEF has come in very strongly to support us. Those are the points that I wanted to share, because I know our chief guest has very little time. And so just those key highlights that would be able to help us understand the report. And the good thing is that now we have the report available for all of us to utilize and ensure that we make our country better. Thank you so much.
Our chief guest, the Cabinet Secretary, the National Treasury. The Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis is delighted to welcome you, sir, to this event. Today, we are going to launch the Kenya Economic Report, which is a statutory report which is in our mandate, and we produce it every year, and it's supposed to inform the economic performance of our economy. Today, we shall also be graduating 28 young professionals who have successfully concluded their Young Professionals Development Program. Every year, as we produce the Kenya Economic Report, we decide on the theme to focus on. This Kenya Economic Report we are launching today, we focused on the theme, creating decent jobs for prosperity. Sir, this is one of our priority areas in the bottom-up economic transformation agenda and also in the medium-term plan 4. The Kenya economy continues to demonstrate resilience, recording improvement in economic performance. The theme for this year has also given us evidence on where we are as we implement the bottom-up economic transformation agenda and the medium-term plan 2023-27. It is clear from our findings that the digital transformation in various sectors of our economy are going to create many, many jobs. For instance, in agriculture, we are bound to create over 177,000 new jobs through the digital transformation in our agricultural sector. It is also notable that the future for e-mobility is great. In this sector, we are bound to create over 334,000 jobs by 2030 as we invest in infrastructure, in petri processing, in recycling, and other sectors in this area of e-mobility. At the county level, the decent work index stands at 0.58. This signals progress and persistent interventions and their implications on our economy. However, the picture of informality, low wages, limited social protection, and also low participation of women in non-agricultural wage employment are key constraints that need to be tackled through strengthening social protection, trade, and workplace regulations to ensure that we promote job security, especially for the majority of our population while working in the informal sector. The Kenya Economic Report 2025 demonstrates that achieving prosperity requires raising productivity, strengthening value chains, enhancing environment for private sector investments, and also ensuring that we have support from all the partners in implementing our national agenda. The second report that we are going to launch today, which is focusing on the poverty and the distributional impact of fiscal policy in Kenya, is a landmark also in the sense that it has used data that has not been used there before to measure the impact of our fiscal policies. This work has also been used to inform on how to go beyond traditional fiscal incidence analysis to incorporate gender and child-sensitive interventions. The report also gives us scope to go deeper into our methodologies of analysis, and as KIPRA, where we are already working on various products and our economic modeling department, we are glad, sir, that we are going to ensure that the methodologies we have used are going to be enhanced and are going to support the Institute in long-term work. To deliver on the capacity building mandate, the Institute has enhanced the scope of our capacity building programs, and this is where we have been able to train young professionals, and we shall be supporting also the staff under the Central Planning and Projects Monitoring Unit in the State Department for Economic Planning and the various ministries. And this will enhance our tools, knowledge sharing, and also ensure sustained development. The Institute has also invested in e-learning, proc-release approaches, and also in ensuring that as we train various economists, we sustain the program, and so far we have trained over 333 young professionals whom we continue to track and also to monitor where they are working as way of measuring the impact of our program. In this year's team that will be graduating, we are optimistic that this team has already transitioned to the labor market and will continue to support the overall agenda for development in our nation. In implementing the strategic plan for the Institute 2023-27, the Institute undertook impactful and responsive policy research, leveraging on various methodologies up to county level, and this is work that has enhanced our applied research capabilities and also enhanced the way we produce and impact the economy. In line with the engagement and also the mandate of our Institute, this year 2025-26, we shall be working on strengthening value chains for inclusive growth in Kenya. This is work which will take us up to June 2026, and we are optimistic that we shall be able to contribute to the national development of our economy. Further, to enhance institutional efficiency, the Institute has implemented productivity measurements, strengthening our business continuity, our ICT security, our monitoring and evaluation, procurement, asset management, and also promoted various innovations that will go a long way to enhance our governance and also service delivery at the Institute. As I conclude, I'm grateful to the State Department for Economic Planning, which is under the National Treasury and which is our parent State Department. We have collaborated in various activities among other partners who have spoken to us today. I also thank the National Treasury, the National Bureau of Statistics, the Kenya Revenue Authority, the Central Bank of Kenya, UNICEF, World Bank, among other institutions that not only gave input to the various products we are launching today, but also gave support in various dimensions. As an institute, we extend our special appreciation to the KFIA board, who have continuously supported the research work at the Institute, have supported various technical teams, and also supported the expertise development at the Institute. It is now my great pleasure to invite the board chairperson to come and give his remarks. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, I'm taking it slow because the chief guest needs to be in the house. Of the asks that I think it's important for him to be in. The chief guest, Mheshimiwa John Mbati, who's the National Treasurer CS, Principal Secretary of State, Department for Economic Planning, Dr. Boniface Makoha, the KFIA board members present, Mr. Benjamin Mayor, representative, UNICEF, Mr. Fan Kwemaya, hope I get it right, World Bank Division Director, Executive Director KFIA, Dr. El Tosomo, McDonald Obuto, Dr. Sheikh, the CEOs who are in the house, members of the media present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. I stand before you today with great pleasure as I welcome you all to this truly unique occasion. Today we celebrate not one, but 4 major milestones in Kenya's policy landscape. First is the launch of the Kenya Economic Report 2025. Second, the unveiling of the Kenya Fiscal Incidence Report. Third is the commemoration and commemoration of KFIA Day, and the most important one, the graduation of our 28 young professionals. Before I go any further, ladies and gentlemen, allow me at this point to introduce the members of the KFIA board who have contributed eminently to this day. I am sincerely grateful to their contribution to the KFIA family. Maybe my colleagues, the board members, you may stand. And since we've the CS in, I thought you are just supposed to wave, but knowing with former PSs, these guys, maybe you give them a microphone just to say their name. Please. But CS, this is one of the most powerful board you can ever come across this country, full of professionals, former peers, former what? Professors. Okay, thank you.
My name is Christine Wanjala, the Vice Chair of the board. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Joseph Olemusuni. I'm a member of the board.
And the former PS. Yes.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Monique Mukayagi, a member of the board. Thank you.
Fatuma Hussein, board member.
Good afternoon. Alois Ratemo, member of the board.
Timothy Gakuo, representing the PS in the board. Thank you.
Dr. Elda Onsom, the Executive Director and the Board Secretary. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Today, we reflect on KFIA's core mandate, supporting Kenya's development through rigorous evidence, sound policy advice, and sustained investment in human capital. Holding these events together is deliberate. It underscores the strong linkage between policy research, fiscal and economic analysis, and capacity building, which are all essential pillars for achieving inclusive growth and shared prosperity under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda and the 4th medium-term plan. Ladies and gentlemen, KFIA Day provides an opportunity to take stock of how work in public policy research and analysis, capacity building, and in policy advisory continues to respond to Kenya's evolving development priorities. The program showcased today aims our contribution to macroeconomic management, sectoral transformation, and job creation at both national and county levels. Through these programs, KFIA continues to support ministries, departments, agencies, and governments with timely evidence-based policy research towards the delivery of bottom-up economic transformation agenda and through the fourth medium-term plan. The Kenya Economic Report 2025, which we launched today, is KFIA's flagship statutory publication. This year's theme, creating decent jobs for prosperity, is particularly timely where the economic growth in 2024 demonstrates notable resilience. The structure and quality of employment remain a key policy challenge. As highlighted in the report and operated by the ED of KFIA and ED KNPS, job creation has largely occurred in the informal sector, underscoring the need for deliberate policy interventions to improve job quality, productivity, and income security. The report demonstrates clear evidence that macroeconomic stability must be complemented by targeted sectoral strategies if Kenya is to achieve the fourth MTP target of creating an average of 1.2 million jobs a year. The report underscores the importance of improving productivity and strengthening linkages across sectors to create inclusive and decent jobs for citizens. This report gives policymakers the evidence they need to scale up job creation under fourth MTP and the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, today we also launched the Kenya FISCAL Incidence Report on poverty and distributional impacts of fiscal policy in Kenya with extensions to gender and children, which is produced in cooperation with KNPS, the World Bank, UNICEF, and the African Center of Excellence for Inequality Research. This report, as indicated by Kumau Fon, is an important step forward in strengthening Kenya's evidence base for fiscal and social policy decision making. This report reinforces the role of fiscal policy as a key instrument for inclusive development. It demonstrates that public investments in education, in health, and social protection continue to play a critical redistribution role to reduce inequality and improve welfare outcomes, especially for the children, as noted by our ED. It provides also clear signals on the policy refinements that are required to enhance equity and efficiency, particularly in relation to the pattern of indirect taxation on vulnerable households and regions. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to focus on the final engagement that's part of the Institute's capacity building work. That is the KFIA YB, or the Young Professional Program. The graduates will be today, of course. The YP program has become a national benchmark for nurturing early career researchers and public policy practitioners who go on to occupy key positions across government, development agencies, the private sector, and also we see it in academia. This flagship program that started in 2005 has enjoyed growth from the initial 12 participants at the reception to the current state where we have 37 participants in this year 25-26 cohort. We are therefore thankful to the support of the Kenya government and our development partners who continue to support us in that effort. To date, we have 303 graduates that have passed through this program and are now taking the lead and making an impact in various institutions, both in public and in private, and both local and international, while supporting the development of evidence-based and responsive policies. Our vision is to expand this program further and urge both public and private sector players to enroll their policy analysts and researchers into this program, which now encompasses self-sponsored participants. This year, 28 young policy researchers graduate from the program, that is today, joining a growing alumni network. The program's state growth reflects the government's commitment to building strong local policy expertise. We are proud of the 24th, 25th graduates for the effort and discipline you've shown throughout the year. Hongera on this milestone. We are confident that you will help advance evidence-based and inclusive public policy in Kenya. Maybe a clap for them. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the KFIA board, I reaffirm our commitment to the strengthening KFIA's institutional capacity and governance systems in line with its 2023-27 strategic plan. This includes supporting the Institute's efforts to deepen county-level policy research, mainstream gender-responsive analysis, invest in advanced modeling and data systems, and modernize research communication to improve policy uptake. It's noteworthy that we are currently in the process of acquiring KFIA headquarters, an indication that we are more of a homeless. This acquisition will enable the Institute to reduce operational costs and create a modern, fully equipped environment that will support both national and county governments in capacity building and the production of high-quality policy research, collaboration, and policy engagement. This investment reflects KFIA's strategic role of being a global benchmark in public policy. These strategic reforms and directions are essential to ensuring that KFIA continues to provide credible, timely, and actionable policy advice that supports the delivery of fourth MTP and bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Strong institutions underpinned by sound governance and skilled human capital remain indispensable to achieving inclusive growth, reducing inequality, and creating decent jobs for all. As I conclude, I want, maybe of the remarks, but noted significantly, the Chief Case Founder CS to thank you personally and through your PS for making KFIA to become more efficient. First, you approved our hiring of the new executive director, Dr. Elda Soma, who is here with us, baby just wave, powerful and strong lady. We are so grateful the process was smooth. Second, you also approved, I know the budget fiscal discipline constraints, yes, but you allowed KFIA, approved our request as a board to hire 41 new staff so that we are able to deliver on our mandate. We thank you so much. And for those ones maybe who've not seen it, the advert is out. Feel free to apply if you're interested. Then, finally, to thank you, Bwana CS. We had been having problems of audit qualification, and with the intervention, support of PS, Bwana CS, now it's gonna not be a problem again. It's removed on our record, so next year we will not have that qualified report. With the KFIA round, I'm sure soon we're gonna be getting the title. Actually, by next week, I'm told. So thank you so much. But you know, as your son, we also, because we know we are growing, we have to make some quick requests or asks. First, we risk being homeless. You had said that us and KNPS, we should avoid paying rent. And as the board, we've moved very fast, and we are asking for your support, Bwana CS, to have KFIA headquarters. So with your support, we are hoping that in this supplementary budget, you support us to budget our building. And having talked to you, I think it's going to support our PS. We see it's possible. Lastly, second request, Bwana CS, I know you've got a very sensitive and busy office. Other than the headquarters, we ask that you support our budget, in this supplementary budget. We want to be able to continue training these YPs, to continue having graduates. So kindly consider to support our budget so that we continue the program. As I finish, I also want to thank the partners, the World Bank and UNICEF, consider us in supporting our research. Include us in your budgets so that the research will continue generating more outputs. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I want to sincerely thank all our partners, including government, institutions, development partners, academia and research networks for supporting these efforts. To KFIA staff, KFIA team, your dedication has made today possible. The outputs we launch today reflect hours of analytical work, research, dialogue, and consultation. We appreciate every one of you, the KFIA staff. It's now my honor to welcome Dr. Boniface Makoha, the Principal Secretary of the State Department of Economic Planning, to give his remarks, and welcome the chief guest thereafter. And to all, thank you, and may God bless you. Merry Christmas and prosperous New Year 2026. And Bwana PS Karibu, remember our asks, and majorly the KFIA headquarters purchase. Continue keeping it for us.
Thank you. Our chief guest, the CS, John Mbadi, who is the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury, will be able to respond to the asks. He's my boss. I want also to recognize all the partners who are in the House, the UNICEF, the World Bank. I also recognize all the CEOs from our sagas that are here, other development partners who are here, members of media, all the distinguished guests. I am delighted this afternoon to join in this meeting for the launch of the Kenya Economic Report 2025 and the Kenya Physical Incidence Analysis Report, as well as to join in for the graduation of the KFIA young professionals. Chief guest, before I continue reading my official remarks, allow me just to bring to your attention that it is now 1 day shy, 7 months since I came into office. And it will be important for me to highlight 1 or 2 things as a scorecard for what we've been able to achieve together in this State Department through your leadership, Chief Guest. Our slogan in the State Department is usually data-driven, people-focused, and result-oriented. But I want to highlight that as much as that is a slogan, we believe that data is the new currency that we have to use. But it can never be a very valuable currency unless we have proper analysis. And that is why on my very first day of assuming office, with your leadership, Chief Guest, you allowed me to bring together all sagas. It has become a tradition for us to work and walk as a team. Yes, you might see 2 CEOs here. The rest, Chief Guest, are in Mombasa because as a State Department, we have decided to undertake what we are calling re-engineering the economic planning function. So all of them, those who are here, have come to represent the rest who are already in Mombasa, and I'll be joining them. And this is because of your leadership. For this last 7 months, Chief Guest, a few things we've been able to achieve. Number 1, to come up with a draft economic policy and bill. For a very long time, probably we've had provisions in the law, but scattered here and there. And through your leadership, sir, this draft economic planning bill and policy is now with the stakeholders for their input. So we've been also able to bring together the economic planning both at national and county, integrating so that we plan together. And remember, it is you who launched the training of our planners at national level and at county level in October. And we have done first phase. That is a milestone for us because we will now be able to speak and read from one script. With your leadership, sir, we are launching out Gumzo la Uchumi Mashinani, where together with you, we will be able to reach villages, to reach sub-counties, and have a sit in with Wananchi, the local people at grassroots level, so that they understand what we are doing and we get their feedback so that it feeds into what we are looking to undertake, the long-term plan after Vision 2030. If you allowed me, I'll go on and on, but I thought it's good to highlight that and just say thank you for your leadership. For the last 7 months, you have made the economic planning to take back its rightful seat where it has to be a nerve center of anything that happens in this country. Allow me, sir, to continue with my very few remarks because I know it is your day. I just want to commend Kipra for being very consistent in producing high-quality reports that provide timely, credible, and policy-relevant policy that are relevant to the national development. Today's theme, and this year's theme of Kenya's economic report, is creating decent jobs for prosperity. This is indeed very, very strategic for this government. While economic growth remains important, the true measure of our success lies in the quality of jobs we have created. Sustainability and prosperity, I believe, will only be achieved if growth translates into gainful, secure, and inclusive employment opportunities that we as a government are endeavoring to undertake. The job creation that we are undertaking must therefore go hand in hand with productivity, must go hand in hand with income security for all the Kenyans. Kenya's economic growth is mainly driven largely by the performance in several sectors, but mainly agriculture and services. Employment has improved across key sectors. Inflation has declined to within government's target range. Easing monetary policies supported by access to credit and private sector recovery. So I take cognizance of the persistent challenges highlighted in the report, particularly the subdued growth in industrial sector. This underscores the urgency of accelerating the structural transformation, which you have already begun and doing. A strong industrial base remains indispensable for creating high-quality jobs, enhancing competitiveness, and sustaining long-term growth. Allow me just to highlight a few things about our backbone, the BETA as a backbone of our national development. The BETA has transformed this economy, and already the results speak for themselves. A few, if I may note, inflation has reduced. And since you assumed office, chief guest, we have seen inflation reduce up to as low as 3.8% in June 2025, from what was about 9%. Maize flour, you can check the prices, they are retailing averagely around 150. We also know that there are many flagship projects, affordable housing program, that has created 300 plus jobs. We have SHA, which we have a record enrollment of above 25 million registered members, which is a milestone for us. Financial inclusion has also been enhanced through the Hustler Fund. We have also seen currently a project on the youth. We're empowering the youth, a Nyota project in all the wards of our country. This is in the spirit, sir, of our government, with your leadership that are in this ministry and State Department, of leaving no one behind. Today, as we launch the FISCAL incident analysis report titled Poverty and Distributional Impact of Fiscal Policy in Kenya, a commitment to equity assessment with extensions to gender and children, this report clearly shows that expanding targeted social transfers improves the equity of public spending and strengthening access to essential services. This, if we do that, significantly reduces poverty and inequality. These findings therefore reinforce the need for policy coherence, aligning employment creation with social protection, tax equity, and gender-responsive budgeting. Decent jobs alone are not sufficient without strong safety nets and inclusive public services. This is one of the very foundation that the BETA agenda is riding on. Therefore, the two reports that we are launching today, they are not just merely academic publications. They are policy instruments and a call to action. As the State Department for Economic Planning, we remain fully committed to the evidence-based planning and policy making through partnership with institutions, all stakeholders, and especially working together with our agencies, KNBS and KIPRA, on this. Let me, sir, as I conclude, congratulate the young professionals graduating today. As we know, the youth constitute the largest segment of our labor force and represent a vital asset for the national development, innovation, and social transformation. The government remains committed to empowering youth and engaging them meaningfully in strategic sectors of economy, consistent with our constitution, policies, and development frameworks. To the graduates today, as you graduate and proceed to serve the nation, I want to urge you to be ambassadors of integrity, professionalism, and excellence, to be agents of positive change and leaders who will shape Kenya's future. It is now my honor and privilege to invite the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury, Honorable FCPA John Mbadi, to deliver his keynote address and officially launch the reports. We should be upstanding. Let's clap for the guest of honor. Karibu sana sir.
We can resume our sitting, tafadhali. Dr. Boniface Makoha, Principal Secretary, State Department for Economic Planning, other senior government officials present this afternoon, Professor Paul Wachana, Chairperson, KIPRA Board, other board members of KIPRA, my friend Shimao from World Bank, and UNICEF representative, Executive Director, KIPRA, Dr. Elda Onsomu, McDonald Obudo, Director General, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, other Chief Executive Officers present, private sector representatives, county governments represented, development partners, others whom I have not mentioned, members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's indeed true from what the PS said that I think we haven't, as a country, previously anchored State Department in its rightful place in our national development agenda. And when I met with the PS when he was appointed, fortunately he was appointed after I had been appointed earlier, and we agreed that we must make a complete about-turn or U-turn to anchor State Department of Economic Planning, to give it its rightful place in our development agenda, because we need planning. It's no wonder that you have Public Finance Management Acts and you have Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act to guide on how to procure and spend money. But you have nothing guiding how we do planning in this country. So we agreed that we must come up with a draft, with economic planning bill and policies around planning, so that as a country we plan properly for development. And if you interact with our budget, you'll appreciate what I am talking about. We have been budgeting in a haphazard manner. Even our engagement with the development partners is haphazard. A lot of it is supply-driven. Development partner comes and says, we have some money we can put here, and then we start processing documents, agreements are prepared, and we put signatures to them without asking ourselves, how does it tie with our vision as a country? How does it tie with the government agenda, medium-term plans? So we have medium-term plans, we have all these things, but we don't tie our budget to our planning. And therefore, the result of our investment, in terms of our resource investment, does not yield the maximum value that it should. And so our planning, again, I just wanted preliminarily to mention two things, which I call distortions. The other distortion was the disconnect between the national planning and the county planning. We have been operating like we are running 48 countries, yet we know very well we have one country with devolved units. So there has been limited integration between the plans at the county level and the plans at the national level, and we are trying to cure that. And so we have already launched this. I'm happy when it appears that you're pushing this forward, and we will, and again also start the Gumzo la Uchumi Mashinani, which I will personally take leadership, and will work with the PS together with the team. I want to thank you, the team from the State Department, for a job well done. Let us proceed. I will give you the necessary support that you need for our country to realize better economic growth. I will say a few things in 2 minutes once I finish my official speech. Allow me to get back to my official speech. Research and development are inseparable aspects that have to be taken into consideration for any country's development agenda to be successful. It is why it is a delight to join you this afternoon as we launch the Kenya Economic Report 2025, which is Kenya Fiscal Analysis Report. Kenya Fiscal Incidence Analysis Report. We combine this launch with witnessing the graduation of 28 young professionals who have undergone capacity building by KFIA in the year 2024-2025. And to the graduates, congratulations for working hard to realize this feat. I know you are some of the best brains we have in the country, because for you to get into this program, you must have been above average. This was not a place for average people and below. I know how you were recruited or how you got into this program. You are definitely some of the best brains that we have in this country. I am sure you will not let us down. So this is an opportune moment to not only reflect but also appreciate KFIA's contribution to the national development agenda through policy research and analysis, capacity building, policy advisory, and providing platforms for policy engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, our country is on an economic growth trajectory, opening strategic investment and employment opportunities across critical sectors of our economy. There are clear evidence of development and employment creation by government and the private sector across the country, though not enough. And maybe I'll come back to that as I wind up. This growth is partially attributed to government efforts to unlock immense economic potential through various programs and projects that have been initiated across the country, thereby stimulating economic activities, creating jobs, and contributing to improved social services. Allow me first to focus on the key highlights from the Kenya Economic Report of 2025, which will guide our policy focus going forward. The Kenya Economy Report has over the last 16 years played a pivotal role in informing our nation's economic planning, shaped public policy, and guided dialogue on development priorities. The 2025 Kenya Economic Report is deemed Creating Decent Jobs for Prosperity. It comes at a time when the country is consolidating economic recovery, bolstering macroeconomic stability, and ensuring growth translates into inclusive opportunities for our youthful population. This report is timely and well aligned or aligning with the government's priorities in creation of opportunities for youth under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda and the fourth medium-term plan. The report provides policy evidence on the 4.7% economic growth witnessed in 2024, characterized by the resilience of our economy to various economic shocks emanating from both domestic and global environment. I'm sure we are all aware of the recent shocks that faced not only our economy but even other global economies, starting with the COVID-19 to drought in the Horn of Africa and extensive flooding in this country, coupled with other internal challenges, especially the uprising of the young generation mid last year. The report further underscores an employment growth rate of 3.9% registered in 2024, translating to 782,300 new jobs. The report also indicates that there is need for continued efforts to address informal employment, ensuring inclusivity in employment, and diversifying employment opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, agriculture continues to be the main employer and the foundation of our economy. However, limited access to timely agricultural information and adoption of modern technology in farming continues to hamper productivity. Agriculture extension services and digital platforms have potential to enhance agricultural productivity and promotion of youth participation in agriculture. Manufacturing contribution to the economy is estimated at 7.6% in terms of gross domestic product, and this is a cornerstone of value addition and structural transformation agenda. The growth of manufacturing sector and its ability to create jobs and absorb more labor is hindered by cost of doing business, quality standards, price competitiveness, and access to markets. To revitalize manufacturing, the government will accelerate development of county aggregated and industrial parks, promote MSMEs, and provide investment incentives and critical services, including infrastructure. The report underscores strengthening of domestic trade, which is a major source of livelihood to most Kenyans. Domestic trade has experienced a steady growth, especially in wholesale and retail trade. However, this will need us to address various challenges in employment, such as inadequate protection and informality. So this report also emphasizes on boosting skills development, enhancing workforce or workplace infrastructure, and formalizing businesses to unlock decent jobs in this sector. We are highly encouraged by these findings and will continue to utilize existing programs such as Hustler Fund and other MSMEs funds to support our small traders. The report also outlines how investment in TVET can equip our young people with market-relevant skills. The government of Kenya has been expanding TVET institutions, rolling out recognition of prior learning, and building partnerships with the private sector to match skills with emerging job opportunities, including in manufacturing and digital economy and green mobility. So on development in counties as well as arid and semi-arid regions, this is what I can report. The report provides county-level analysis indicating wide disparities in access to decent job opportunities. In ourselves, the challenges are significant, but so are the opportunities, particularly in livestock value chains, climate-resilient agriculture, leather processing, and rural enterprise development. We need to take advantage of these opportunities because I will tell you at the moment we are facing severe droughts in some sections of this country. About 12 or so counties are facing severe drought, exposing about 2.1 million Kenyans to hunger and starvation. And therefore, instead of looking at these as challenges, we need to take advantage of these challenges and realize opportunities out of them. And I've just mentioned what we can do with the livestock value chains, climate resilient agriculture, leather processing. We could take advantage of this and make those areas economically sustainable. So as government, we will continue to prioritize arid and semi-arid lands development agenda under MTP4 to guarantee inclusive growth across all regions of our nation. We must revise the section of paper number 10. So the Kenya Economic Report 2025 findings emphasize the vital role of strong institutions and human capital in advancing economic transformation. There is a need to strengthen institutions and capacity for better policy outcomes. I'm sure you are aware that the advantage that this country has in the region is our human capital. Very solid, very firm, very strong in all aspects. Apart from intelligence, speaking good English, we are also very hardworking. You wake up at 3, Kenyans are all over in the streets, and they sleep past midnight, working. So that is a human capital that we can exploit and take advantage of. Ladies and gentlemen, let me now focus on the second report that we are launching today. That is the Kenya Fiscal Incidence Analysis Report. The report was developed in collaboration with the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics and KFIA, in collaboration with the World Bank, UNICEF, and thank you, our development partners, and the Africa Center of Excellence for Inequality Research, University of Nairobi. It looks at the impacts of fiscal policy on poverty, particularly across gender and among children. The government is committed to fighting poverty and inequality as enshrined in our national development agenda. We have made significant progress combating these double threats. Some of the key initiatives the government has implemented include promoting broad-based access to public services and income-generating opportunities and ensuring fairness in resource distribution and political representation, especially among vulnerable and marginalized groups. We have invested in education, as you are aware, healthcare, and social protection programs such as cash transfers, which I think World Bank addressed, and UNICEF, to address poverty and inequality. Even with these efforts, ladies and gentlemen, our journey to ensuring no Kenyan remains poor is still long and challenging. It is incumbent upon us to double our efforts to move the most vulnerable in our society, including women, rural households, communities in arid and semi-arid lands, and children who bear the greatest burden of poverty, out of poverty. But I would also like to laud KFIA for its ongoing efforts in building capacity within government through the Young Professionals Program, which is today graduating 29 young professionals who have successfully completed the one-year intensive program. We pray, thank you, and again, congratulations to the graduates. We pray that as they join the workforce, they will be champions of evidence-based policy, public policy to drive transformation and inclusive growth. I wish to emphasize that empowering youths is a priority for the government, and more importantly, when enabling them to play an active role in planning and decision-making, which my ministry is mandated to do. The youth are a significant human resource for economic development. They are also key agents for fostering social change, political inclusion, and technological innovation. The youth represent the wealth, strength, and drivers of innovation and economic development in Kenya. Young people have been active architects in economic development and continue to be engaged in the frameworks and processes that support the implementation of national development goals. Therefore, the Young Professional Program implemented at KFIA is one of the systematic and deliberate efforts by government to appropriately empower and equip the youth with necessary knowledge, skills, and values to enable them to participate in the policy-making process for the realization of the country's full potential. For the realization of the country's full potential. So, the young people, you have been given knowledge, or your knowledge has been improved. I'm sure you will tell me you came when you were knowledgeable enough. But your knowledge has been improved, more skills imparted, and values I'm sure when you were training them, Kipra, there's nowhere you told them to get rich quickly by taking public resources. And at times, we train people, they get very knowledgeable, and the first thing that they do when they get into employment is to look for shortcuts of getting rich. That you think the best achievement is in life is to buy a 4-wheel drive in your first year of employment. It's more rewarding to leave an impact, to leave an impression in the office where you worked for, to be known for your integrity. It's more rewarding than if you are known as someone who looted the country. The stories around you will not be very nice. The newspaper cuttings will be discouraging for anyone reading about your story if it is laced with scandals after scandals. So, young people, you not only got knowledge and skills, but you are taught values. Live those values. Live those values. If each one of us live the values collectively, the country will move forward. So, to graduates, active participation in national development programs by young people enable youth interests and needs to be included in development plans, besides giving opportunity to the youth to make their contributions in other societal growth and development interests and to get better understanding. Finally, I wish to reiterate the fact that we look forward to the participation of the young professionals in the generation of evidence-based policies and practices. I am convinced that during your one-year training, you are able to learn new knowledge, as I mentioned, skills, and again I want to repeat, values that will guide you in your future endeavors. With that, I wish you a bright future and congratulate you for this remarkable achievement. I urge ministries, department, agencies, and counties to continue collaborating with KIPRA to enhance their workforce capacity in public policy, macroeconomic modeling, and other skills to enhance effective public policy making in our country. A well-equipped public service is crucial for effective policy implementation and for driving our national development agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, the Kenya Economic Report of 2025 is a rallying call to create an economy that provides every Kenyan with decent work, dignified income, and be able to contribute to national prosperity. The recommendations in this report will enrich the implementation of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda and MTP4 and other broader vision for a productive, inclusive, and vibrant economy. I reaffirm the government's commitment to support KIPRA in fulfilling its mandate of providing evidence-based policy advice and strengthening public policy-making processes across the country. Let us remember that the journey toward a better Kenya is a collective endeavor. It requires dedication and collaboration from all of us. Together, we can overcome our challenges and accelerate our national development agenda. And so, before I officially launch the report, allow me just to mention two or more things. Actually, one. I know we have said that our economy has demonstrated resilience and that our economy is growing above average in the region and even globally. At last year, 4.7%. This year, the first quarter, our economy grew at 4.9%. Second quarter, 5%. It's likely to grow 5.1, 5.2% in the third and fourth quarter. that's perfectly okay. But I will tell you that for this economy to create the kind of jobs and the number of jobs that we need for those young people who are coming out of colleges and training institutions, for them to get employment, and which we must, because if there is one big challenge that we have is the unemployment among our youth. We need an economic growth of not less than 7%. 7% and above, that is the target. That is when now people will feel that we have an economy that is growing. Otherwise, you will still continue to hear of where is the money. We don't feel the money in our pocket. The money may just be there in your pocket, but there are so many mouths relying on that money. If you are one person earning in a family of 10, certainly even if you are earning high salary, you will not feel money in your pocket because you are feeding so many people. A lot of black tax around you. If you add to the tax from me, the one that I come for, then you are completely disorganized and you will be a very unhappy Kenyan employee. So then it means we have to take steps, deliberate steps, to grow our economy at above 7%. And for us to do that, there are certain sectors that we must work on. One of them is the manufacturing sector. This economy has suffocated for some time. Construction sector was shrinking late last year, early this year. It has picked up, okay, but still not to the level we want it to. Mining sector was contracting. It has picked up now at about 10% growth, but we still want a better growth. But more importantly is the manufacturing sector. There is no economy that can create decent jobs as we have put it here if the manufacturing sector is struggling and sluggish. So we must create opportunities for the manufacturing sector to thrive. And that you cannot do by remaining at the same level in terms of creating infrastructure for that. How do you expect the manufacturing sector of a country to grow when energy is a challenge, which is the basic production, which is what you need for production? The basic factor of production is energy. Yet its cost and reliability is a problem. So you need resources to put into energy generation and transmission. You need resources to put into other infrastructure like roads. Our airport is a shame. Maybe those of you who don't travel, you don't know what I'm talking about. Those of you here who travel and you are the majority, you can attest to what I'm talking about. For an economy which is the largest in the region, East and Central Africa, it is a shame that we still have that kind of, and we call it an international airport. Something must be done about it. Something must be done about roads. If you take Thika Road, it's a problem. To reach here, you have to leave town, CBD, 1 hour before. If you don't, you'll be in trouble, unless you are like me, who can misbehave a bit. I have the advantage of misbehaving kidogo kidogo. But even with that, you get stuck. We need, our major trading partner in the region is Uganda. The road to Uganda, how is it? The road leading us to our next major trading partner, our next neighbor, Tanzania, is terrible. And many others. We are relying on rain-fed agriculture. That's why we can't feed our people. Yet we have the capacity to do dams and have water, do irrigation, generate power. Many, many others. I can go on and on. Therefore, but again, You have those good ideas on how to grow the economy. But where is the fiscal space? I engage a lot with my brother here, Chimao, telling me your debt sustainability is compromised. And I look at him and I say, okay, you could be having a point. But what do we do? We cannot take more loans. That is the reality. We can't tax you more. In fact, we should reduce taxes. That is what the government is thinking about. The announcement you should hear is that we are reducing taxes, especially on pay as you earn. That is the announcement. I don't think any one of you is expecting or waiting for any tax hikes, tax rate. We would milk you dry. There will be no cow to drink again, to milk again. So we must look for other innovative ways of raising funds. And we have some mature assets, like Safaricom. It's mature. Value, assets. KPC. When you want to offload some shares, a few people who don't even understand where they're coming from and where they're going to are telling you, no, you cannot do that. Let me ask you. I know many Kenyans don't like, especially those who grew in our generation, don't like Nyayo. When you hear of Nyayo, you think. But Safaricom, Nyayo offloaded 40%. Did Safaricom die? It became bigger. But now let me bring you to President. You keep on referring to us having done a good job. Kibaki. You offloaded 25%. Did Safaricom die? Now if we are offloading 15%, why are you making noise? And these other presidents offloaded that percentage na Coca-Cola. You cannot show anything for it. That's what we got, the proceeds we got from Safaricom. As we are saying, that money will not be used for budgetary support. The money that we are going to raise out of privatization will not use for budget deficit. And that you can take to the bank. We are creating a fund for investment in our infrastructure. Where now I would be able to tell you that this SGR from Naivasha to Kisumu, it was developed at, say, $3 billion, and $500 million came from this fund. The rest came from other investors, institutional investors, private sector. We are going to crowd in money in this country if we have this infrastructure fund. That is the route to take. And we also have to leave something for the future generation. We keep on giving an example of titanium. See, we had titanium somewhere in Kwale. Are you aware we had titanium there? Is it there anymore? Where is it? The future generation will ask you, where did you take our titanium? You must leave something for the future generation. And that is why we are also creating through a legislation, an act of parliament, sovereign wealth fund. Support us in this as Kenyans, and we will deliver. We are going to deliver. We will move the country forward, because for this country to move forward, you need some courage. You need a very courageous president, and besides that president, you need someone who is also somehow courageous in the Ministry of National Treasury and Economic Planning. So I'm that person who has some courage. I believe we can do this. We can move forward. We can go on. We can implement some of the programs that have become very difficult over the years to be implemented. You are using now Treasury single account, isn't it? Treasury single account is costing you inconvenience, I know. But that is what it was intended to achieve. To make it difficult for people to profit unreasonably from our public resources. You are paying taxes. You need those resources, the taxes, to go into value addition, not to go into people's pockets. So we are making it very difficult. If I tell you today some of the things we are discovering, how officers, especially those who belong to my profession, we are very dangerous. Accountants, we create one invoice, they submit for payment even 3 times. That's what you have been going on. That is what has been going on in this country. And we are putting a stop to that through Treasury Single Account. They are still fighting my e-procurement very hard, pushback, serious, and they are sometimes succeeding somewhere. I'm pushing back. But let me tell you, very soon, early in the year, there will be no excuse for e-procurement. Right now, I'm happy with those MDAs, counties, which have embraced the e-procurement. But those ones who are still having excuses, now the doors are closing. We are not going to give you more exemptions. Yeah? You better start now learning quickly if you have not, your office have not learned how to use the system. Learn quickly, very quickly. Otherwise, you will find it almost impossible to procure. And you will not blame us, because why are others procuring and you can't procure? Anyway, I'm probably not talking to accounting officers here. Maybe there's only 1 or 2. But I'm talking to Kenyans anyway. So let us work together. This country belongs to us. We must make it better. Let's not other people come after us and ask, what were you doing? Remember, the Gen Zs told us that everybody in positions of leadership must go home. In fact, they scared me. I was like, hey, now this young gen, what is wrong with them? They want all of us to go home because they believe all their problems cease India to make cause. And they are right. We were given the opportunity to make life and improve things and make life better for them. We have failed them. But those of us who are still lucky to be in these positions, can we do things differently so that tomorrow they can say we learned something, especially out of the agitation. Let it not be in vain. Let not the lives of those young people, those people who lost their lives in the streets of Nairobi and other towns in the country last year, be in vain. Let us make things better. And the things they have been complaining about have been piling up over the years, for so many years. But there must be a time to put a stop. And that time is now, especially now that the young generation have come forward to sensitize us, to make it known to us that they have been unhappy with us, and it has been boiling. Each one of us at individual level, let us make a contribution. That is my final plea to you. And I want to thank you for being patient with me. And I was also very patient with you. Chairman, you know I told you that I was to leave by 1. But you called me on the stage after 1. So if I speak for long, I am revenging. I'm just paying you back for what you have done to me. So now it is my privilege and honor to officially launch the Economic Report 2025 and Kenya Fiscal Incidence Analysis Report. And then later I will preside over the award ceremony for the certificates of the young professionals, which I'm told will not take much time. So kindly bear with us and witness the next session where we are going to award the certificates. These young people for 1 year have gone through rigorous training. The most decent thing we can do for them is to encourage them and motivate them by witnessing their graduation. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you very much, our chief guest. I request that Kaidre, you allow me to invite a few members to join on the stage as we transition to the official launch. Allow me to invite our PS Economic Planning to join you, the KFIA chairperson of the board to join you, KFIA ED, Dr. Adam Som, also DG KNBS, our guests from UNICEF, World Bank, UN, and also our board members to join the chief guest so that we are able to launch these two reports. I request the communication team to guide me on the protocol, how we are going to proceed here for the purpose of launch. Our chief guest, Kaidre, will be launching from this side, the Kenya Economic Report. KIPRA board members, kindly join the chief guest. The protocol officer will guide us. Okay, thank you very much. We have the countdown. Where's the team? Let's appreciate, let's just give a round of applause as we launch the Kenya Economic Report 2025. Continue giving a round of applause. Kenya Economic Report 2025 is officially launched by our chief guest, FCPA, Honorable John Badi. Thank you very much, our chief guest. We will now transit to the other side. So that we can launch the other report. I request the protocol team again to guide us. Catherine, guide us. Okay. Let's appreciate the Kenya Fiscal Incidence Analysis Report is officially launched. Let's give a round of applause as our chief guest officially launches. Thank you very much, chief guest. I request you go to the stage so that you can take some photos. Or we take from here first. Okay, somebody help us, protocol team help us to organize. As they hold also the reports, also for very good. There are more reports here. Yeah, thank you. Okay, we take more photos. I know there's another one for Kenya Economic Report on the other side. Catherine, guide us so that we also give the copies of the Kenya Economic Report to our chief guest. Thank you very much. Chief guest, with your permission, we can take another one of the Kenya Economic Report. The one who has the economic report, kindly share with our chief guest and the members the copies. If we have the copies for the Kenya Economic Report, Kaidre. Yeah, on the other side, chief guest, with your permission, DG Kaidre, and just for the chief guest, so that we accompany the, yeah. Thank you very much. Kibera Board of Directors, you can join the chief guest as we take the pictures with our Kenya Economic Report. Just join them without the books, yeah? It's okay, you can just join. Thank you very much, our chief guest. Thank you very much. At this point, I want to request the chief guest, you will be guided by our AD board chair as we transition to the graduation, so that you have a procession for the YP coming in. So AD, board chair, vice board chair, guide the chief guest on where to start the procession. As our YP who are graduating today, prepare to join for the award of certificate. YP who are graduating, just stand up and organize yourself. There's a QR code on the table, just scan so that you're able to get the reports, Kenya Fiscal Incidence Analysis, report on poverty and distributional impact of fiscal policy in Kenya, with extensions to gender and children, and also for the Kenya Economic Report. We will take less than 10 minutes and then we'll be done with this occasion. So as the CS, our chief guest, prepares for procession, the young professionals who are entertaining us, you can do it very fast, in 2 minutes, as we wait our chief guests to join with the YPs for a procession. Kindly hurry up in 1 minute, you are young people, so that you entertain us as we receive the chief guest together with the young professionals who are graduating today. Do we have the young professionals ready, or we? Young professionals, they are waiting for you. Come, I give you 2 minutes as we wait for the chief guest to join together with the graduates. I'm not sure our LPs are ready, because the more time you take, the chief guest to be coming, and we may not be able to have that session. We want to have this session before our chief guest comes back, so let's do it very fast. Capacity Building Department, I want you to coordinate that exercise very fast. I don't want to take much time for the chief guest. So Victor. Thank you. Our chief guest is coming in with a procession of graduates. Let's all stand in the honor of the graduates that are coming. YP, just join in that procession with our chief guest. Congratulations. Congratulations. Just come. Our chief guest join the podium so that we finish this very fast.
Say you can never be the one. God say, make I tell you, say.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, media. Thank you very much. Congratulations. YP anasimama hapa chini. The graduates, simameni hapa kwanza. Hapa mbele kwanza. Graduates. Hapo chini kwanza. Congratulations. Victor Mose, just come and help me do this. Thank you very much, YP dancers, as you exit the stage. Thank you very much. YP dancers, as you exit the stage. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, media. Thank you very much, media. Thank you very much, media. I want to hand over to Victor so that he can call the names of the graduates. We award the certificate and we will be done with this ceremony. Victor.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Victor Mose, the head of Capacity Building Department. We are going to award the certificates to the young professionals. So we are requesting the young professionals to move to the left side. And in the order you have been given, as Jen, they're coming, all of them here. So once they get the certificate, they'll move to the right-hand side. Then we'll have the final photo session. We are requesting that the certificate is going to be awarded by the chief guest, and you're going to greet and hold the signature as the certificate as we take the photo. So I would request that we have the chair in the left-hand side of the chief guest. Yes, like that. Then we move to the center. So you can make some 2 steps. Okay. So thank you very much. Our first graduate is Abaton Okoth, who is from the county government of Kakamega. Mpige makofi. So you will stand between the chief guest and the chair and greet the chief guest, hold the certificate and smile, and everybody smile to the camera as well. So thank you very much. Wapige makofi. Next, we have Franklin Abuga. Asante sana. Abaton, you sit to the other side. You stand there. Tutafanya haraka. So thank you very much. That is... okay, thank you very much. The next person is Anthony. Anthony. Pige makofi hapo napoingia kwa jukwaa. Hii ni picha wataweka kwa frame. Austin, utasema yes, I was with you here. Thank you very much for awarding this certificate. It means a lot to these young people. Next is the Benazir Kemto. Yes, we are very grateful that the chief of guests has awarded this. Collins Wekesa Wanjala. It's a great sign of appreciation of our youth for the CS to be here to award this. Asante sana sir for being with us. Damaris Mokua. Damaris, thank you very much. Next we have Esther Omosa. Kuja mpigwe picha hapa mkiwe zawadiwa na waziri wetu Esther Wanjiko Mundia. Thank you very much for that. Next we have Fred Willie Deritu. Asante sana. These are rare opportunities in our lifetime. Hassan is Hanab from County Government of Mandera. Mpigie makofi. That is the County Government of Mandera. We have Ian Kiprop. Ian Kiprop. Thank you very much. Piga hapo. Songa nyuma kiki Ian kidogo. Hivyo. Asante sana. Jeremiah Simon. Karibu sana. Let us continue encouraging them as they witness this. Jimson. Then the next person is John. John Musioka. Then we have Kevin Kwech. Next we have Maria Bogo. Yes, your picture ya kuweka kwa frame. Then we have Marianne Getimu. That is God. Sasa hata familia ilikuja. Asante sana na friends. Wow, that's very good. Thank you very much. Good to witness this. Mary Rose. Next, Mary Rose. Ako hapo, pigie makofi. Kuje upigwe picha na waziri wetu. A very big honor. So we have Ramadan. Ramadan, ako hapo. Tuko karibu kumaliza. Then we have Remy Naibei. Wapigie makofi. Makofi. Then we have Sharon Korir. Na hatimaye Sharon piga tabasamu vizuri sana. Hivyo asante sana. Then we have Vincent Misango. Vincent Misango. Wapigie makofi hawa. And we want to request our guests to just remain standing there. Then the YPs will come to the front here for the group photo. And that will be our last photo for this session. As come and do 2 lines there. Okay, fine. I've been advised by the photo guys that the guests are, if you don't mind, please, you can come down, then the YPs wakue juu. Asante sana. So, are we good? Yeah, the photo guys, if we are good, you tell us to just say, Kipra. Thank you very much. Tunaweza sema Kipra, 1, 2, 3, go. Kipra. Thank you very much. Once again, Kipra. Asante sana. Thank you very much. One more, what is... Wow, thank you very much. We can now, with the permission, sir, we can resume our seats. Asante sana. Thank you very much. And I hand over the program back to the moderator.
Thank you very much, our chief guest. As you take your seat, I want to thank you very much for gracing this occasion. Let's appreciate our chief guest. Let's appreciate him once again as I invite Dr. Edward Moi to come and give a vote of thanks. Dr. Edward Moi. Ladies and gentlemen, let me invite KIPRA board member, Director Musuni, on behalf of the Vice Chair, KIPRA Board of Directors, to do the closing remarks, and then later Dr. Mo will come to give the vote of thanks. Director Musuni, on behalf of Vice Chair, thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Mine is to give a vote of thanks. And Honorable John Mbadi, Cabinet Secretary, the National Treasury and Economic Planning, Dr. Boniface Makoha, Principal Secretary, State Department of Economic Planning, Professor Wachana, KIPRA Board Chairperson, KIPRA Board members, Elder Onsomu, Executive Director, all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to express my sincere gratitude to all of you for joining us for this important and enriching day. We have successfully launched two crucial reports, the Kenya Economic Report 2025 and the Kenya Fiscal Incidence Report, and I believe the insights and recommendations shared today will significantly strengthen the evidence base to support the government's policy decisions. On this KIPRA Day, we have also showcased our work, including the programs and collaborations that continue to shape the Institute's contribution to public policy. I want to applaud our staff for the dedication behind every output we have seen and heard about today. Allow me to once again congratulate the 28 incredible young men and women graduating as KIPRA young professionals today. You now join a coveted community of over 300 alumni who are helping shape Kenya's development agenda. We are immensely proud of you and confident that you will carry forward the values and professionalism and excellence that define the Institute. To our partners and stakeholders, thank you for your continued support. Your engagement and continued collaboration ensure that our work remains authentic, relevant, and impactful. As we conclude, I urge all the policy practitioners here today to take forward the findings and recommendations shared today and translate them into meaningful action. Together, we can contribute to building a resilient, more inclusive, and productive economy. On behalf of the Board Programs Committee, thank you once again for being part of this event. I wish all a pleasant afternoon and a safe journey home. Thank you, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Let's appreciate again our director for the closing remarks as I invite Dr. Moi to come and give us a vote of thanks and a closing prayer. Dr. Eliud Moi.
Thank you, moderator. And I beg to ride on the protocols that have already been established to give the vote of thanks. Before I give the vote of thanks, I think there is the YP president. Everton? Is Everton somewhere there? Yeah, just rush. You can come forward. I'll give you a minute before I go through the vote of thanks. You only have a minute, so you are not reading a speech.
Thank you so much, Daktari. My name is Okoth Abaton, the YP president for the cohort of 2024-2025. First of all, I want to thank each and every one of you. I want to thank the chief guests, the CS, Dr. John Mbadi. Then we have the principal secretary, the ED, and all the development partners for making this greater success. Thank you so much for this day, and I want to wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you.
Okay, this was the YP president for the 2024-2025 cohort. And I know time is fast spent. Thank you for being very patient. The Bible says that love is patient. And so for you to be patient with us, it is evident that you love KFIA. Now, on behalf of KFIA and our partners, I extend sincere gratitude to all of you for honoring our invitation. And your presence today reflects a shared commitment to advancing evidence-based policy in Kenya. Special thanks to our chief guest, the Cabinet Secretary, the National Treasury. The keynote address powerfully underscored the role of KER 2025 and the Kenya Fiscal Incidence Analysis Report in fiscal and economic analysis in shaping inclusive development. My appreciation also goes to our peers, the State Department for Economic Planning, for his remarks and steadfast support. And his leadership continues to strengthen the link between research and national planning. I also wish to thank the chairperson of the KFIA board and all board members present today. Your guidance and oversight remain instrumental in steering the Institute towards strategic impact. And our gratitude is extended to our Executive Director, whose vision and dedication continues to foster rigorous policy research and has made today's milestone possible. We also want to thank our development partners who have partnered with us in making sure that this day is a success. Now, we thank the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics and also the University of Nairobi, who partnered with us in putting together the Kenya Fiscal Incidence Analysis Report for the partnership, credibility, accuracy, and relevance of today's analysis that we have shared. And also to thank all other CEOs, private sector representatives, and all other government officials who joined us. Your engagement has reinforced the value of multi-sectoral cooperation in national development. Now, we also want to congratulate our graduates, the young professionals. Your achievement today reflects your commitment to excellence and a bright future in public policy in the country. I want also to acknowledge the role of our moderator today, Dr. John Karanja. We can clap for him. He has done a superb job, and you have heard he's almost losing his voice. Thank you for the nice job. And then finally, we want to thank the members of the media for amplifying our message, and the entire KFIA Secretariat for the dedication and seamless coordination. We are truly grateful to everyone who made this event a success, and we wish you safe travels as we continue thinking policy together. And thank you. That is the end of my vote of thanks. We can clap for ourselves. Okay. Sorry, I had been requested to pray, and I was just forgetting. So we can rise up and pray. We pray. Father, in the name of Jesus Christ, we want to thank you for this day. For your word says that this is the day that the Lord has made. We shall be glad and rejoice in it. And so thank you for this event today that we have had. Indeed, it has taken your hand for us to see the success that we have seen today. We want to thank you for each member represented in this place. And Lord, we want to pray that even as they go back to their areas of abode, may you go with them. May you grant them safe journey, and may you bless them, Lord. Even as they go into this time of festivity, we want to pray that you protect them. May you cover them with your blood, and it is in Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
I want to believe we are all getting our meal cards. Registration team confirm that we are all getting our meal cards so that we're able to access and have our lunch. We shall be guided out there